Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh Schaefer.
Hello.
Nick.
Hi.
We've officially arrived. It's the John Bishop week off.
And
then,
classic.
yep, and then it's time for the College World Series. So here we are.
Yeah, this is the only time we get to see Schaefer all week long.
That's it.
Where will Schaefer be?
Lincoln.
Back in Lincoln. The
You're
safety. Nope. This is the only fill-in for me this week. So good for the listeners. They only have to deal with this one day.
Don't say that, Schaefer. We love
We
you.
figured we'd pack as
love
much
you
Schaefer
so
as possible
much.
into one day.
I'm not scheduled to do any College World Series shows. So
First
I
time in
won't
a
be-
while.
Yeah. It is the first
Wow.
time in a while.
Mm-hmm.
2020, probably.
Last year, Schaefer and I were walking to Block 16 and talking about society at large. There will be no conversations while walking to Block 16 this year.
Yeah, I do remember.
You walked all the way to Block
I
16?
remember what prompted that conversation. And,
you do or don't?
Was
I
it about
do.
the submersible?
No, it was.
Oh.
We barely talked about the
Remember the
submersible.
submersible?
I think that was 2 years ago now.
No, that
wasn't
was a year ago.
Was it
I
really?
think.
I think that was 2 years ago.
Oh
now.
God, I don't know anymore.
It won't surprise anyone listening to know that I didn't care about the submersible then, and I
Probably
care even
didn't.
less now.
Probably didn't hear about it for several
No, I
weeks.
was aware.
2023.
Oh my God.
I had a group chat that was going through the physics of what all has to happen for people to basically combust.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. And
Pretty gnarly.
I just burrowed through, as I often do when I don't find things interesting, and just pretended like it wasn't happening.
You didn't even find the sheer absurdity of the situation.
Did they
interesting?
I thought
died?
it was absurd.
Like with a video game controller?
Like a off-brand video game controller,
Sure.
nonetheless.
Um,
Like it just every detail was just more and more insane.
I'm gonna look up when Shake tweeted about the Harlem Shake, by the way, because there's some good ones in there where he's like,
Did you ever do a tweet about the submersible? Do
no,
you think?
probably not.
Okay, let's check it
I
out.
remember there was a day. I don't know if I filled in like the day after, but it was a day when like the llamas had gotten
Yeah.
loose.
Great time.
And that was like right around the time that the dress.
that was the
tweets-
same day.
The same day.
And then there was the
What a day!
there was the what can you hear this sound or not?
Yes.
Like, that
Laurel
was
or
a thing.
Yanny.
Laurel or
Laurel
Yanny.
Yeah.
So
Yanny,
people were
Laurel
saying that
Yanny.
Friday was one of the best days on Twitter for a variety of different reasons.
Uh-huh.
I still go back to the llama and the dress day. That
Laurel
was
or Yanny.
number one for me.
See, the dress thing, I wasn't on Twitter during that, but that was the big thing in my like at our lunch table. We had a lot of arguments at the high school lunch table about that damn
So
dress.
you didn't get into the dress conversation?
No, I remember taking part in the dress and the audio clip, and then where I think I drew my line is I didn't care about the llamas.
I don't remember what happened with the
The llamas
They
got loose and they
escaped
were
and then-
chasing it around
I
all
don't-
of the city.
I don't
There
know
was
anything
just
about the
coverage
llamas.
of it throughout.
Yeah,
It's basically if
It
you
was in
take
like Tucson, maybe.
that sounds about right.
you
Yeah.
take the population that really likes car chases. And
I love
that is like a
those.
Michael Brunt staple. Like
It
Is
is.
it really?
Oh, Brunts loves the car chase. He got me onto the car chases.
There it
Brunts
is.
will send BC. He used to. I don't think we have continued to like promote him doing this, but he used to send us car
Incredible.
chases
Yeah,
whenever they would happen.
Yeah, he'll
And he would
text
let
me.
us know if it's like a particularly good one or if he's disappointed in it or whatever. But you have the chase people combined with the weird story people combined with animal people because it's llamas, and it really took hold.
it hit the internet hard.
And since I'm none of those people, well,
Interesting.
I'm probably in the weird story category to a degree, but I just didn't care as much.
What's a good weird story that Schaefer? What about
Shape doesn't get into
I
those types
remember-
of things.
what
You
about
were
when the
really
Texas
mad at
coach
me.
had the stripper?
Yeah,
and the
that
monkey? Yeah.
prompted an on-air kind of spat between us where Happer was very mad that I wasn't as into this story, and I was
Awesome.
I was kind of just like doing my best to sort of kill it to move on to something else.
Well,
But
you're on radio, Shafe. Those are the things you have to do on
No,
radio.
Schaefer does not hide the fact that he's not
learned-
interested in something.
I learned off air that
Oh,
was
is that the? I've
yeah,
heard
that
about
was,
this where he was like, "Yeah, Happer kind of laid into me one time," and I
and
was
it was fair.
I was wondering what it was about.
What did I do?
It was about this.
Yeah, you kind of just got after me about not participating. And I've done the same thing to him when we did the recruiting hour, and there was just like a topic that went poorly, and so it's it's the virtue of doing.
I
radio
remember
with
co-hosts,
and when you're doing like daily, I can't even imagine who you get mad at.
Do you
now.
just get mad at
Yourself?
Josh?
I get mad at myself.
Is it you're riding home and
damn
like
it, myself.
one part of your brain is yelling at the other part of your brain for not whatever it was?
I should have taken it that direction.
Did you get to listen to Odd News at all today?
No, I missed that.
Tell him the Osprey story.
So there was a osprey at a local frolf course.
What is an osprey?
Like a bird. It's like a hawk.
like a pelican?
Okay.
Kind of that type of deal.
Bird
Okay.
of prey.
But like a seabird.
Okay.
But frolf courses are in like the woods.
Sometimes, yes.
Usually there's trees. And so they saw that this person who was frolfing saw this osprey, and then eventually a hammerhead shark fell out of the sky. And it turned out it was from the osprey who had caught the hammerhead shark out of the water and dropped it on the frolf course.
Hello.
Yep, that barely works. So
Yeah, it's broken
it's
now.
the cord.
Have we emailed anybody?
Yeah.
Prudon? Chris.
I've told many people about this on
Okay.
many occasions.
As far as I know, hammerhead sharks aren't usually on the menu for ospreys or typical seabirds.
It was a tiny one, though.
Tiny shark?
Tiny shark.
It was a baby shark?
I have it on.
Yep. It was a baby shark. Do.
You kind of just have to hold it until you get it right.
I have successfully
Doesn't
avoided.
snap in anymore.
No, it doesn't.
I avoided that song and that craze for a really long time
But then
until
you
I
had
had
a
my
child.
own kid, and then now I've heard.
Hudson, a
heard-
big baby shark guy?
He likes it.
Yeah.
We kind of play it up.
It's catchy.
There's certain songs that he shows interest in, and then it just
Get
builds
low.
upon that.
What
he
uh
loves Little John and the East Side
Wheels on the
Boys.
Bus is his Get Low. I think.
Oh, okay.
how does he feel about Tokyo
Bull
Drift?
question. Is Wheels on the Bus your kids? Little John and the East Side Boys.
So, question for both of you, somewhat recent fathers.
Children.
Congrats.
So there's a new version of the alphabet song now. It's not the original, the A, B, C, D.
Oh, God.
They changed the alphabet song.
Really?
Which
Is there a
version
new
are you?
letter?
No, they changed the LMNOP part because many kids are like LMNOP. I think they just slowed it down and there's a new tune to
What's
it
wrong
now.
with that? It's all.
I don't know what's wrong with it. It's just they decided to change it.
Woke has come for the
Really?
alphabet,
They
Nick.
changed the alphabet tune?
Yes, they
Can
did.
we play this on the air?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have not taught my child letters yet. Not in that way, anyway.
We have
She was super
definitely-
into the French Open, though, on Sunday.
Nice.
I received multiple texts about the French Open final, and it stunned me because there will be many a sporting event that will pass where no one will think to text.
Yeah.
Hey, you should be watching.
Were they
this
saying
right
like
now."
you should check this out?
Yeah, like multiple
Hey,
people
I will
who
say-
wouldn't know each other have, but they both thought to themselves to send a direct text to me that this tennis match is going on.
You seem
It's
like you would
awesome.
like the tennis.
Oh, I used to be very into tennis.
Yeah.
Was very, very into tennis and then kind of like fell out of it early 2010s.
You're like the third person in my life who was once really into tennis.
Yeah, I would
Severe, who
say-
will join us later, and
Yes.
Ravi. They love tennis.
Robbie
Or
loves
love
tennis.
I
Yeah,
mean,
because
Loves
Robbie loves
tennis.
pickleball. I know.
Pickleball's great too.
Speaking
but
about a
I
fad.
don't want to watch professional pickleball or anything of that nature.
No.
But I used to watch, I would watch all the four majors. I would watch a lot of the like other big tournaments that were occurring.
What
I
are
would
the other
be
big
able
tournaments?
to tell you with rapid fire consistency who else was in the top 10 and
Wow.
How players were playing and all of these sort of things.
There was like 3 or 4 like dominant people, and that's what made it cool.
I tried to get into tennis for a few years. I woke up early one time to watch Andy Roddick versus Roger Federer in Wimbledon, and it just didn't take.
It
So then I
was
kinda
that was an
dropped out.
incredible. That was a 5-set match in 2008. Is that the one that you
No,
watched?
it was the early 2000s, like 02, 03, somewhere in there.
Okay, so the one that I
Early
was talking
Federer.
about,
Yeah.
Roger Federer and Andy Roddick played like a really long 5th set because at that time Wimbledon famously didn't have the tiebreaker in
Yeah.
the 5th set, like you had to win by 2. and they were just trading their serves back and forth. And
Yeah, there
it
was
a
one
terrific. Well, I mean, there's a one match
the
that
11 hours.
Yeah, went through the entirety of the day. But yeah, no, I used
John
to really
Isner,
care
Nicholas
about tennis.
Mahut.
So I think that's why I received the text like, "Hey, if you can find it in the recesses of your brain to get back into this,
Now was
these
the
two
time.
really good players that you have heard the name of, but I couldn't like sit and tell you about their game at all."
See, I had never heard of Sinner. I had heard of Alcaraz, but not Sinner.
Well, Alcaraz is
04, by
the
the
heir
way.
apparent to Nadal, or supposed to be, is the
Yes.
king of clay, and this was awesome for people that really like that because he's getting challenged on a surface where usually the best player just dominates the field
How come?
so much. It's such a unique surface, and
This is clay, right?
yeah,
Clay.
most players don't spend a lot of time practicing or playing on it, and the ones that know how to manipulate that surface and are really dogged in playing defense in tennis can win clay matches easily.
I like it because it reminds me of the Orange Bowl back in the 80s and 90s. Everyone's dirty all the time.
Yeah.
That's what I love about it.
It
Like when he
reminded
laid
Josh
down
of
last
football.
yesterday.
Can you play like the college football sounder or something for him?
I love when he laid down and then he got up and
Pervert.
his back was covered in clay, and I was like, Orange Bowl.
Orange Bowl, yeah.
It was that one time when Tim Tebow was really
didn't
dirty
remind
because
you
it
of, like,
rained.
Oh, I remember that game. 09.
Isn't
Oh, wait,
the
no.
Coliseum have that sort of effect too, where it was a baseball, football field, and like
dude, bring back
the paint
those.
would just sort of
love
also
that.
mix in with the sand, and you would get really weird looking jerseys
Yeah.
But
for
seriously,
the afternoon game for the
these
Raiders.
turf baseball fields it's too much. Stop the turf baseball fields.
Oh, like
immediately.
actual like field turf? Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It looks
Yeah,
like
they're
Oh,
garbage.
like
horrible.
what
Terrible.
Corvallis has.
I hate it.
Yes,
Basically.
Corvallis, Louisville. There's a few more super regional sites that had them.
Don't
Were
like
you? I know you were.
Maybe
Baseball needs grass and dirt.
I think Grimm probably was, but who knows? Were either of you watching the start of Florida State, Oregon State last night?
The start of? I don't think so.
No.
because there
So
would have been another
Florida
game
State
on.
goes up 2-0, and then Oregon State puts up 6 runs in the bottom of the first
I
inning.
watched the 6 runs.
So that made going to a baseball game at Oregon State go from never in the recesses of my brain to jumping up on
Yes. I gotta go.
the list of random sporting events, not like finals, not like going to a Super Bowl or the Masters or,
Notre Dame Stadium.
very, very like big, impressive things. But have you ever thought about just like where you want to just catch like random games or seeing specific teams play?
Definitely.
Like I want to go to every baseball park. So that sort of eliminates all of Major League Baseball because that's already on a list. But there are certain things like I want to go to a game in Madison Square Garden of the Knicks.
Oh God, yes.
I don't care about the NBA at all. Like at all.
It's more about the
But
environment, the setting.
because I just want to see what that's like
Yeah.
and be around it. And then watching last night, watching those fans go nuts in what looks like a pretty cool stadium, stupid turf aside,
Mhm.
which they do it because of all the rain.
Mhm.
That seems like an awesome place to catch a random.
It was
college
I've been
baseball
to the ballpark, not for a game, but
Mhm.
drove there after Nebraska lost to Oregon in 2017. So I've seen it from the outside.
They were
Pretty
playing
cool.
a game that night. Well, no, I was thinking football. Football was playing a game that night on Oregon State's campus. I can't remember who they were playing because when we were driving up from Eugene in 2017, we ended up hitting the post-game traffic of Oregon State and like slowed the
Oh,
getting
yeah.
back up to Portland, slowed everything down to such a crawl. I think they played Minnesota that night.
Dude, I think that you're right, Shafe, because for
Because
some reason I remember that.
A buddy of mine
They
from
were.
a buddy of mine from Minnesota
Wow,
went
Minnesota
to the
killed 'em.
Nebraska Oregon game. When that started to get out of hand, he left early
Oh,
to
wow,
go
and that game
catch
got close.
the Oregon State
Kind.
Minnesota game, and then missed Nebraska coming all the way back. And then the great what if DPE had returned that punt? Would Nebraska have tied things up against Oregon?
Minnesota won 48-14.
I also
They
remember
murdered them.
getting yelled at on our message board for suggesting that Justin Herbert was really good and that Nebraska's defense wasn't as bad as it.
A take that still might age pretty well to
It's
some
weird because
or
I think
age
it's
poorly to
somehow
others.
both sides won that.
Yes.
But I felt really good about Justin Herbert in a way that I can probably name like 3 other quarterbacks where I watched them and I just knew they were NFL. Like Derek Carr for me was that. The first
In the
time
Fresno game?
when they rolled in at Fresno, is like, this guy's a first round pick. He ended up going in the second round, but just knew right
And
away.
Devontae Adams.
Now, late career, Derek Carr,
Yikes.
not so much, but Justin Herbert, same thing. Like watching that guy in that game, some of the throws he was making, it's like this is a total NFL arm.
You didn't
This
think
is
that
incredible.
with Dakota Prukop?
Dakota Prukop did not give me the same vibes. No.
Definitely not.
We should go back. This is a fun
Topical alert.
Well, you have your thing that you're doing. Very
Yeah.
cool, very fun.
Yeah.
What about all the bad quarterbacks that Nebraska has lost to over the years in those
That
those
could have been a
games?
subset of what
Sub-
I'm doing.
List.
If the draft wasn't dead, you should actually, that would have been a great draft. Bad
Oh,
quarterbacks that have beaten Nebraska
That trigger you
throughout history.
Man, I'm
Not
try-
just that trigger you, because then people would like pick Tebow or other ones that Nebraska hasn't played. But
sure, but that they've lost to.
Yeah.
Hmm.
like Clayton Thorson comes to mind.
Definitely.
With that run
2015.
along the sidelines, that was probably the slowest long touchdown
He
run
was
in
unchaseable. He was
Memorial
they could not
Stadium
chase him.
history.
The best one is the Minnesota quarterback from 2017.
Johnson something.
No,
Johnson?
it's
Emery something. His name was Emery.
Was it Demetrius Emery? I thought it was Gray. I think the
Emery
last name was-
Gray. Maybe that's right.
It could be Emery Gray. I think the last name was Gray.
That was a bad time.
Though I'm also thinking maybe
'Cause he
it
was like
Marquise
a-
Gray. I don't know.
He ended up as at a different like D2 school a year
was
later.
it Demery,
as
not Emery?
Demery Croft.
Demery Croft is what it came
So,
to mind. Yeah.
Demery Croft.
I don't know who Mark-
183 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns,
The big-
including that one where he just ran up the middle by everybody.
Nobody
And-
touched him.
And when they yelled no in the press box, and it was
Oh,
100%,
no.
100% who
I didn't
claimed he
say
didn't
that.
do it.
I
Yeah.
didn't say that.
It was
Because we were
definitely-
seated right next to that
Yeah, Bill, we
that
definitely
particular
believe you.
suite.
You were there? You heard
Yeah,
it?
I was
You
there.
heard it?
It was
I
right
bet
next
it's-
to the suite.
That is so funny.
The
So
handprint.
funny.
He definitely said that.
Because of the thing I'm working for, I working on. I went and found the World Herald story about, like, Sam wrote about it, and he had like all these random quotes from it where like you can hear noises and then the oh no happens at some point in time.
he would do that at
So-
home games,
so
and you could
funny.
hear it often as well.
I wonder if Josh spends more time thinking about this project that he has coming on this summer than you and I do about our child that we are tasked with keeping.
No, because you have to look at your child. You get to look at
Yeah,
your
but
child.
Josh, you're always thinking about
Yes.
this.
Like, I think that's probably a lot closer than you would consider.
And people forget you guys like to call me an absent father.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you are absent though.
I am present.
but I'm here. I'm still doing all my other stuff.
Yeah.
I still have time to do other things. I have a very
Yeah, but it
balanced.
doesn't mean that it isn't something you're thinking about in the back of your
Yeah,
mind
that's true.
all the time.
I couldn't fall asleep last night because I was thinking of ideas.
See?
See?
I slept great last
I
night.
slept great. I
Didn't
wasn't
think
thinking about
Hudson
my
I've been
Bulls.
kids.
sleeping like crap lately. It's been horrible.
The other thing is,
I'm
I take my
tired.
kid to daycare, and
And then you just forget about your
probably
child.
makes me a bad parent. But for the most part, I'm very good at like.
See you
when
later.
he's-
Bye-bye,
He's not
kid.
there. I'm not thinking about him unless he was sick or you know.
Wow,
something
that's
else.
awesome.
Yeah, like when I
like
am at
Severance.
when I'm at the College World Series
A
this
little
week
bit.
and this weekend and next week, I will
You
not
don't
be
think about your child?
No.
Wow.
I'll be working. I'll just be doing that thing so much.
Interesting.
Josh, when you are doing your shows, you'll be thinking about your groin kicks.
No, I
Yeah,
want
you
no,
you
I don't want the
probably think
bosses
about-
thinking that I don't think about work. I think about the show.
No, you'll just have the capacity to
But
be able
the
to do both
work and the
those things.
groin kicks sort
I
of
mean,
wrap into each
yeah,
other
it's
as
perfect.
they just have already.
Yeah, it's nice.
And if you're
There's
you're
a
having
nice overlap.
sleepless nights because you're thinking about how many times Nebraska's collectively been kicked in the groin,
70.
and then your ability to talk about it.
I can do that. Yes.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're onto something here.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Josh cares about getting kicked in the groin more than we care
Groin
about our
kicks are
children.
your children,
Interesting.
basically.
Well, then I have many of them. Look at that. Congrats to my
70
parents.
children.
They're
So
grandparents
you can
now.
celebrate Father's Day.
Oh, this
on
is
Sunday.
great. Somebody give me what do you give to a father of 70 groin kicks?
The biggest bag of ice you can find.
What a gift. Wow.
Happy Father's Day, Josh.
I can't believe that's coming up on Sunday.
That is this Sunday.
That is this Sunday. Your first Father's
My
Day.
first ever.
Wow, look at you.
Will you be doing sideline for both games on Sunday?
Yes.
When are you calling the game? What day is that?
I believe it's Monday.
You know about that? You know he's calling a game?
I didn't
He's
know
gonna
that.
be
That's
in
awesome.
the booth.
It's well deserved.
Yeah, I
It
just
is
got
well deserved.
I just got his open made today.
Really? It says in Connor Happer.
does.
Oh, really? The voice guy says it?
Yep.
Connor Happer.
Who's this guy?
That's awesome.
Great.
I can't wait to listen.
John Bishop and Connor Happer.
Nice.
Oh, that's good, Nick.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
I love doing games with John.
Yeah, it's
So this will be great.
gonna be fun.
I
It'll
can't-
maybe be Murray State and whoever's on the
A little
upside over
disappointing.
there.
There's only one
UCLA or
one
something.
game tonight.
It's Murray State and Duke.
I
Yeah.
couldn't believe it. all these
Normally you
series are
get
coming
like
to
a
a
couple
close.
or
A
what have you.
Big
but-
Ten team has made the College World Series. Some very smart people predicted this would happen at the beginning of the year.
Interesting, Nick.
Happer was like, "Oh, but they're in the South. It's a Big Ten team." He's hooked on the reason. He's like, "I said a Northern team would make the College World Series, which
Well,
I did not say.
Oh, okay.
I said a Big Ten team would."
Do we have this in audio?
I don't know.
Okay. Nick, I think you need to prove yourself right or wrong.
We just did this a couple weeks ago.
You played the audio?
No, somebody sent us the audio. Somebody
okay.
found the
Oh,
audio.
yeah, you know what? He's right.
It
That
does
actually
lead
did
to a sort of discussion that I think is kind of fascinating. Like when we talk about SEC teams and how many of theirs have made tournaments or whatever, we've just seamlessly included Oklahoma and Texas and just never think about that.
Correct.
When UCLA makes it for the CWS and someone's like, a Big Ten team made the CWS,
People get triggered.
the very first response is, well, yeah, but it's UCLA. It's not
Mhm.
really a Big Ten team.
That's pretty interesting.
It fascinates me that like Texas and Oklahoma culturally, geographically, it's just they're already in. They're
Yeah.
already in the
No,
SEC.
I actually
there was
support
never
that.
any like
Yeah.
there was never any thought to this at all. And I wonder if like it's because Texas A&M opened that portal in Missouri and then you just don't have to think about it anymore. Whereas with the Pac-12 teams, geographically, it doesn't make any real sense because there's nothing bordering them.
So, like, if the Big Ten added Notre Dame and Notre Dame made the College World Series,
That's in the Big Ten.
we wouldn't say like,
Right.
no, that's not
Yeah.
Big Ten. We would say, yeah, they got a Big Ten team in the College World Series
I wonder
because
if
it
this-
fits
Well,
geographically.
If Maryland had made it, when they were in a super,
Sure.
I don't think that you would even.
Rutgers,
There's just something about it being in California.
correct.
It just doesn't
Like that doesn't
fit.
count. It's
When
warm.
Indiana and Michigan made it, we were like, hell yeah,
Big
those are my
Ten.
guys.
Yeah, but UCLA,
Ten.
it's warm in February. It
Yeah.
doesn't count.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the Pac-12 has 3 teams in the College World Series with like I saw that a tweet
It's
about
a
that today.
very good baseball conference.
Arizona,
But now
UCLA.
it's dead.
Yeah, it is dead.
Oregon State.
Yeah.
Oregon State didn't have a conference.
Yeah, I forgot about. See, I thought that they were a Pac-12 school because legally they are in the Pac-12. But then Rob Anderson was like an independent.
But
man.
there's no baseball version of the Pac-12.
There's no-
right?
Yeah, their baseball team is
Because the other team was
No,
Washington
when they
State.
rebuild the Pac-12 conference,
They'll be in it.
They'll be in the
Oh,
baseball.
Does
version
Washington
of that.
State have a baseball team?
Yeah.
Yes.
They do.
See, but that's what I thought they were still in the Pac-12 legally. So I thought we had to refer to them as being Pac-12 schools, but they're independents.
Fake.
How are you an independent baseball team? That's got to be wild.
Yep.
Scheduling's got to be tough. That's
They played
you should ask that question.
They
What's
played
it
a
like?
lot of
They
road games.
played
That's how they
19
ended up in
home
Lincoln in
games
March.
before the postseason started.
Yikes.
19 home games.
How many did Nebraska play?
Probably like 25 to 30.
Wow.
Would be my
Well,
guess.
take that
Well, they get
excuse off the
15
board.
conference games at home, so that's right there. And
Uh-huh.
then
And
you
then-
think at least
Creighton.
at least
So that's
3
17?
series plus the midweek games, so it's
Wow.
probably 27 home games.
Wow. That's wild.
So yeah,
Baseball.
And they were all like in the midweek because that's how it worked. They played a series in Des Moines against Iowa.
Yes, they
like
did.
4 weeks ago.
And Iowa got their asses beat.
Except
'cause
for the
Iowa
time
sucks.
they tied.
Except
there's
for the
such
time they
joy
tied.
in your voice when you said that.
Yeah, Nick, I thought you
Yeah.
liked Iowa.
I do like Iowa.
Wink.
The
Why-
state or the baseball?
Yeah,
program?
why
I
were
have
you
an
like,
Iowa
they
jersey,
got
don't
their
I?
asses kicked?
An Iowa baseball jersey?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't know
He wore
that.
it to work a couple weeks ago.
it's great.
Made
I love
everybody
that
really
jersey.
Mad.
Found it at Goodwill for $8.
That's not bad.
Yeah, my size and everything.
Seems a little high, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Piece of garbage.
How much
Well,
would you pay?
it just I
How
don't
much is
know.
toilet
I would
paper
have
going
assumed
for?
that it would have been like I think the garage sale of my Peyton Hillis Browns jersey was for only $5. So
Wow.
and that seems like a much more commemorative item than an Iowa baseball.
Hey,
jersey.
did you guys have a lot of garage sales going on in your neighborhoods this
Yes,
weekend?
it was garage
Yes.
sale
What
weekend.
Not-
was there
it was
like
a thing.
Okay.
It was a
Okay.
thing.
I was like,
Yes.
what is happening?
So there was a couple in our neighborhood, but the neighborhood surrounding us had more going on. I found a cool GPS from this one place.
I went to no garage sales.
It's like
but
a-
I saw them.
wow.
I found like this 25-year-old handheld GPS, and I'm like, it's $2. I'm like, I kind of want to get it.
Handheld GPS
Yeah.
like for a car?
No, just for like backpacking and stuff, hiking or whatever. And Paige is like,
Your fiance?
yes, my fiance, I'm engaged.
So like a Garmin?
Yeah, it is literally, it's a Garmin.
Okay,
But it's an old one.
I
yeah.
guess I've never thought of it being handheld because when they initially came out, like you could
Like,
hold it or
like
stick it
digital
onto a
map
car
quest.
or-
That's what you're talking about?
No, it's just a handheld GPS. I don't know how to, like, you
Okay.
can set coordinates in it, and then it's a very rudimentary rudimentary GPS. There's no like
It's
actual
what the
live
GPSs
maps or
were
anything.
before.
Yeah.
They were just installed in every vehicle.
No, yeah, I was just trying to get straight. Like, it's not a road.
No,
thing. It's
no.
it's a coordinate deal.
Yes, it's a
Okay.
coordinate deal. And I like, it's $2. I kind of want to get it. She's like, you don't even know if it works. I hit the power button for S's and G's. It turned right on.
Look at that.
Whatever batteries were in there, that thing's 20 years old, and
Did
now
you-
it's mine.
So you bought it before you did that, or you?
I bought it. Yeah,
So like Nick, kind of like this.
I turned it on and then I bought it.
Like one of those.
No,
Not that fancy?
Not quite.
Okay, these are too fancy.
Fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's too fancy. These are like $400.
I can find it.
Okay, that's exciting. Yeah, I was wondering
Congrats.
because I took Banks out for a walk and I was like, why are there so many garages open with clothes?
It's a
in them?
Garmin E-Trex.
Garmin E-Trex.
Garmin E-Trex 12-channel GPS. It's not the E-Trex 10. It's just the
Oh wow,
normal
that is
E-Trex.
old. Look at that.
Yeah, look at
thing.
this happer. That's my GPS.
Look at this. Wow, that's old AF.
And it still works. It's great.
Awesome, Nick. I'm happy for you.
I have a
Nice.
GPS now. I've always wanted one.
Yeah, but you have.
Don't you have a phone?
Yeah.
Well, this is for...
Will this allow you to go back to a flip phone, which seems to be your desire here?
Is that what
I
you want to
wouldn't
do?
hate
Nick?
it. No, so this is
Wow.
mostly for... Like, when we were in the Black Hills, I didn't have service at all.
Sure.
And if we needed to use our maps to get somewhere, we either had to download it way ahead of time, or we just didn't have it. So
There
something
is
like
still
this, if you're
paper.
hiking. Paper map? No, but this is just in my hand.
Why did you say
Maps
so confused?
used to exist on
No,
paper.
because this feels like it makes more sense than a paper map.
A map
because
on
it's
paper?
small.
Dude, map on paper rules.
I love map on
But
paper,
Nick, then
but
you could be like
people used to buy atlases
Oh,
or
yes,
road
I
maps.
love the
Tropic
Atlas.
Thunder, Nick.
I love maps and I love atlases. But if I have GPS, I don't need map or atlas. It's just in hand.
No, the map,
Just
the paper is way
Deleted like 8 words out of that sentence that could have been there to help.
better.
Map, hand.
Yes.
No atlas. GPS. You could say a lot of people use this specific one for geocaching, which I'm not going to use it for that, but
Geocaching. What's
Yeah.
that? What do you do?
people like to hide.
Gambling?
No, people like to hide things in places, and they're like, "Here are the coordinates," and then they go to the coordinates, and then there's just things.
Oh,
I like
Walter
sitting
White.
on my couch.
But you don't get to
it's
keep
like that
them, you
movie.
just find them.
Walter didn't get to keep
or
his
the
either.
book. It's first a book, and then it became a movie.
Tell me more.
The movie wasn't very good, and it has all the 80 references or 80s references.
Without a paddle.
Oh, you're talking about Ready Player One.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's exactly what he's talking about.
But that
with
was like in a virtual world.
same concept.
That book rocked.
Same concept though.
Did you read it? I forget. Did you
Yeah, I
read
did
Ready
read
Player One?
I read the book, and then I started the movie, and I was like, this isn't going to go
Movie
where I wanted to go,
sucked.
so I quit.
I
And
didn't
then-
hate the movie.
I haven't
even though
read
I've
the
only
second
watched
book.
it once.
I don't have as much interest in reading the second book.
book is garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
It's
very
a self-contained story. It didn't need a second one.
Yeah, that's true. It was fun.
I thought you guys were talking about without a paddle.
Never. No, wait. Which I
I
always
haven't
forget.
thought about
there
without
were
a paddle.
two.
Yep. I'm having deja vu.
There were
of
two
multiple
like forest
conversations
movies at the same time, right?
at the ticket about
So
this.
which
We've
one
talked
was
about this.
which one was which?
Without a paddle is a funny one with the
With-
guy from Scooby Doo.
And then what was it? Oh, and he was
Matthew
from
Lillard.
Scream.
Matthew Lillard.
He was
yeah.
from Scream, right?
Yeah, probably.
Wow, yeah,
Lillard,
probably.
Matthew Lillard, yeah.
And Seth Green or whatever his name was.
Yes, he
Seth
was in
Green.
there.
Okay, I think
that's
I
the one where
saw
they're-
that one.
They're trying to find the
DB Cooper treasure.
Right.
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard. Yeah,
The
he's from
other
Scream.
movie
I think I'm
is-
dying here, man.
Yeah.
You guys don't like Scream?
What's the other movie?
I've never seen Scream.
I said it was probably. I had to
Yeah.
get the name.
Without a paddle, other movie.
What is that? How do you get there?
Uh,
I don't know what the other movie.
What's
might be.
the other movie like without a paddle?
Is it called Up a Creek?
That kind of sounds about right. Is
That
anyone
sounds like
commenting on the
something.
YouTube
and it's
chat?
like they're filming a reality show in the nature is what that one's about.
Someone said
With
The
Steve
Rundown.
Zahn. Steve
Oh!
Zahn's in that one.
Oh my gosh!
yeah, that's
I
the
know.
one. Yeah, that's the one.
Is it?
I don't know what it's called, but it's the
we
Steve Zahn
have
one.
multiple on-air and off-air conversations at the ticket about these movies because people would get them
Mixed up.
I
Yeah.
love without a
And then
paddle.
people didn't know who DB Cooper was, and the social
Sean didn't know who
the
DB Cooper
social
was.
distancing shirt came out where it was like social
Cooper.
distancing championing.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's,
When there was the DB Cooper conspiracy theory, not conspiracy theory.
Strange
but-
Wilderness.
Thank you, Nick. There was the theory on Mad Men.
Thank you, Andrew.
Do you remember that when DB Cooper, that
was-
Don
yeah.
was DB Cooper? And so I told John, I was like, wow, have you seen this theory? And he goes, who's DB Cooper? I'm like, you're 100. How do you not know who DB
There
Cooper
was,
is?
That's actually really
It
surprising.
blew my mind. He was
Yeah.
like, why would I know who he is? Because he existed in the 70s. I don't know.
Yeah.
there
I
was
couldn't
a
believe it.
bar in Lincoln called DB Cooper's that
Really?
My
Oh, is that where he went?
could have been started by him. I don't know.
It's called
It used to be a bar
That's the
whose
puzzle.
theme was just clocks. and they had different. It was called the TikTok, and they had different clocks on the wall.
You
and that
can
was the
really
whole
make
thing.
a bar about anything.
Didn't
You
we?
can.
Certainly.
Didn't we find out who DB Cooper was a couple years ago? Didn't somebody
They had
finally?
there was like a underwhelming Netflix docuseries on DB Cooper.
Yeah, the Wikipedia says they're still just suspects.
There's been a lot of times where
Sad.
there's been a news story that's come out that's been like, yes, we finally have DB Cooper, but I never believed them.
It's like the Zodiac killer.
Who is he? He's still out.
I think it's what's his name with the chickens in his car. I think it's that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
he
much
died.
less underwhelming Netflix docuseries on the Zodiac one.
Oh, I love the movie.
About the children of. He was like a surrogate stepfather for this family.
Yeah.
And they figured out and coordinated all of the killings were happening in places where Lee, I can't think of his last name.
Yeah.
Where he would have been. And so then even one time they were with
Arthur
him.
Lee Allen.
Yeah.
It was him.
They were with him one time when it happened. He had him wait in a car as he went down this embankment.
Oh man.
And yeah.
Arthur Lee Allen.
That one's a lot better than the DB Cooper one if you're looking for true crime Netflix docuseries.
What do you think about the Zodiac killer?
I have no opinions.
Have you ever seen the movie?
No.
Oh,
You should
Do you
watch
know
the
his
movie. It's just Zodiac.
Kills?
And then he wrote letters to the newspapers.
Yeah. But the letters had a hidden code.
A cipher
Yeah.
that then
God, I
they
love
would
that
have
movie.
to figure it all out. You should watch the movie Zodiac with Robert Downey Jr. and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Mark.
What's his name
Ruffalo.
from Mark Ruffalo? What's his name from ER? Dr. Green. He was one of the cops in that one.
You a cop?
That sounds like a good cast.
It's a good
David
movie.
Fincher. If you're a David Fincher head, he's the
I've
guy
heard
who
about the
directed it.
Fincher movies.
Yeah,
Yes.
Josh is a David Fincher head.
I love
David Fincher has
Anthony
a
Edwards.
sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
So in. I couldn't be more in.
That seems like not his brand.
I know. I'm pretty excited for it.
Hmm.
Did you see the last Fincher movie? The Nick didn't like it, but The Killer.
Yeah, I watched it.
I like that movie. I saw that in theaters.
Yeah. It was fine. It didn't do a whole lot.
I'm pretty sure
for
I
me.
just watched it on Netflix when it came out on Netflix.
Hmm.
'Cause It was
It was out
it
pretty
was
fast.
streamed on. I think it
Like
was
2
in
weeks
theaters
later.
and on Netflix at the same time.
Yeah. Came out pretty fast.
Classic.
Yeah.
Movie going habits.
I do love movies.
2025.
See, I think
determined-
about movies too, Happer.
I determined the last
See,
time
I
I
don't.
was in a theater was for the Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt Fall Guy. That was the last
wow.
time I was in a movie
Nice. I
theater.
thought about
We're
going
coming
to
up
that.
on like a 1-year anniversary of that.
Wow. I've been to like 3 in the last month.
Yeah, there's one.
I saw Mission
massive
Impossible and
difference
Friendship in
our-
back-to-back days.
Yeah, last movie I went to was the one with the
but you
Zac
never-
Efron wrestler movie.
The
Oh,
Wrestler. No, never mind.
That was a
No,
sad
it's about the
movie.
very sad movie.
Yeah,
with
the
the
whole
family.
family
that's
died.
the
everyone
Iron
dies.
Claw.
Iron
Yeah.
Claw.
Good
yeah.
That movie is tremendous and made me feel horrible, and it's the most silent weeping I've been around in a theater.
100%.
I will never watch that movie.
And I
again.
think the movie before that I saw was Uncut Gems.
Wow. That's
So
been
I think
out
I've seen
forever.
2 movies in
That's
the last
like
5 years.
pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Holy.
I feel like you used to go to movies when we were hosting daily radio
I did.
shows.
I did.
Because you were like on a run where you would go a lot around Christmas. I don't know if it was like a family
Christmas
thing.
movie.
That
Or
was the,
Jackie really wanted to
those
see
two
the.
both that I just mentioned were both Christmas.
Because I think you went to like
movies.
Mystic Pizza,
We went to Mystic Pizza.
and then
yeah.
the one where it's Bradley Cooper and he's a magician. Maybe
Love that movie.
I
That
haven't
was
seen that
called
movie.
Now you see
something
me.
Alley.
Nightmare Alley. Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie was good.
I
Many
haven't seen
people
that.
did not
maybe,
like it.
Maybe 5 years later.
I
I'll get
hated
on the-
Nightmare Alley.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
get
never
on
mind.
the,
I haven't been to as many movies this year as I would have expected. It's only 6, but still, that's way more than you
It
guys.
seems low for you.
Yeah, there's some movies that I want to see in theaters over the next few months.
I think we might go see How to Train Your Dragon in the theater.
Oh my gosh, no thanks.
It looks really good.
I'm sure.
Schaefer, I like having you around because you remember things about my life that I don't remember. So
It's
thank
been
you.
Determined multiple times within the last week or so that my recall is obnoxiously good.
It's so
And-
good. I don't
We
know
were
how you
texting
remember
about
that I
this,
saw
Shafe.
Mystic Pizza on Christmas.
Yeah, well, I remember like we were filling time and basically we just did a Connor's movie reviews because you had seen a couple movies within the last week or
Sounds
whatever.
like it. Yeah, that sounds like something we did for sure.
Aaron says
Fill-
How to Train Your
filling time
Dragon is
definitely
weirdly
sounds
good.
like something.
See, and I
There you
hope it
go.
is because I loved like the animated movies,
Yeah.
and I'm worried that the live action would somehow ruin the animated movies. Like the new what was the new live action
Lion King.
Lilo and Stitch
Oh, yeah.
apparently sucks because they ruined what
I-
the core values of the
I
first
actually
movie
think
were.
the live action movies work to make people appreciate the animated movies more, which will result in continuation of animated movies.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. So it's purposely bad?
Well, no, not purposely bad, but people have such strong affinity for what their childhood viewing experience of Lion King was like that Lion King can't live up possibly as a live action. Aladdin fails as a like that's just a reaction I have gotten from people in our generation because you're trying to fight against the nostalgia of what you once watched.
Wow.
That movie is always going to be pristine in your brain relative to whatever
you're
you
like
watched.
5.
I just like the idea
right
that they're
in front.
keeping the story. Like I watched that new Lion King one that they did, and it was good.
I want to
like,
see it.
It was the Mufasa origin story.
The prequel.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
Jimmy says, would Connor even get Sinners? Wow,
Would
so
I
I think
get
he's
it?
calling you dumb now.
Would I get it?
Would you get it?
What does that mean?
I don't really think that movie was that.
Am I capable of understanding
I don't
something?
think it was that hard
Would
to
Connor understand Tenet? No, he
I
would
didn't
not.
understand
No one understood.
I
Tenet.
recommend Sinners. That movie rocks, but it's a bummer that you can't see it on the big screen.
What would I miss?
I don't know. I mean, it's a vampire movie, but
Very
it
mean.
mixes in race relations. I don't know. I thought it was pretty useful.
I
Sounds
understand
like
race
True Blood.
relations.
Yeah. Much better than True Blood.
I'm not as shallow as
Says
people
you.
think I am. Okay,
Really?
I understand things.
Oh.
I have an understanding of things.
That's
Who
awesome.
thinks you're
Sometimes-
shallow?
I just play dumb on the radio.
Connor does apparently, or Jimmy does rather. He says, not talking about the context, but the artistry. Do you not appreciate artistry? Happer?
I know art.
Mm.
I know.
No art.
What the hell?
Happer
I've
looks at
looked at
paintings.
a Van Gogh.
That's one thing I've never gotten into. Is
I've stood in a
paintings.
room with a Monet.
Wow. You seem like a guy who would be into art. It's kind of like tennis.
Yeah, I
And that's full
killed multiple days in New York going to art galleries there. I've
Incredible.
gone to Cleveland has an incredible art gallery that's completely free with a whole floor of Picassos. That was pretty cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I like creation. I mean, creating
Dude, you're the idea man.
is the basis of everything.
What did
So
they
yeah,
say?
I'm in on painting.
Odson says, I think Connor would understand Haley Steinfeld spitting in your mouth.
I would.
Incredible.
Yeah,
would
that scene.
understand that.
That was the scene.
I would. I saw that part already.
And Happer, before you leave, KG does remind us, Cocaine Bear, hosted by 1620. You went to that, didn't you?
I went to
did.
that. That's
so there's
right.
a third movie that you've seen.
Okay,
a third
that's
movie
good.
has
Third
hit
movie
the,
has
has
to
hit the
happen.
Happer.
I haven't seen Cocaine Bear. Can't speak to that.
You don't have to.
No.
It's
We did
not-
it for the bit.
Yeah.
We got a theater full of Zone listeners. It was great.
Some people really enjoy those movies,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
like Hobo with a Shotgun, or
I never saw that.
The Man Who
Sharknado.
Killed Hitler and Found Sasquatch.
Ed,
Under-
our production guy, Ed, he every time anybody brings up any kind of dumb movie, he always talks about Velocipaster.
I don't remember this one.
I've never heard of it either, but apparently it's a velociraptor that's also a pastor.
Wow.
That tracks.
I think that's it.
It seems like that's a little out there.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, Happer,
great.
go home and look at more of that art that you're going to be looking
Yeah.
at because you love artistry.
I love art.
I do.
Hmm.
I have a child.
You do have a child.
Go learn the new ABC
Go
song.
think about
Someday
your
she'll
child.
create art, and then you can look at that.
Wow.
She's creating art all the time.
Goo goo
By
gaga.
yeah, by just like moving. It's crazy.
Give her some finger paints.
I
and
just
see what
can't wait to
happens.
find out what her first take is. That's what I'm waiting for.
Well, Happer says she waves at things.
Yeah, it's
So
not really
I
a
think
take.
that's
It's not
a
a
take.
take.
That can be a take.
No, waving is not a take.
Well, a baby's probably waving at something that they like. Liking something is a take.
How is that not a poll
See, I don't
question?
think
Is
it is,
waving a
though.
take?
I think waving's a
Odson-
take.
We
Odson-
start to use the word take a little liberally. A little too
Oh,
much.
Yeah.
You
A
know?
little too lefty. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Happer?
I'm not saying that the takes are lefty, but some of them
Are
are.
all opinions takes?
I think so.
No.
No.
I don't think they are
No,
either.
I don't know.
It's a
It's called I have an
philosophical.
opinion, not I have a take.
Exactly.
Oh, that can be what
It's
we
a
do.
philosophical debate.
I have a take.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we want to get rid of dumb debates, so now it's time for I have a take.
I have a take. There you go.
It's very different than I have an opinion.
yeah, we get some uniformity there.
Mm,
It's good.
awesome.
All right, bye.
All right, that was a
Bye.
crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Mike Schaefer is here. Will he
Hello.
get out his computer?
Probably.
Probably. Next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Schaefer, are you surprised that on the thumbnail graphic for today's show that Nick decided not to go with a nice joke in honor of 6ix9ine?
I don't think about 69 the way that you do. So I don't.
Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
To be fair, I asked if he did it, not me, Shave. It was about Nick.
I did think about it.
Yeah?
I did think about it.
But you went with, what is this, a penguin?
It's Pepe the Penguin.
Pepe the Penguin.
He was at the White Sox game yesterday. That's him throwing out, I'm doing air quotes, the first pitch. That's how they described it.
Interesting.
He hung out with the players. I don't think... Is a penguin the least hateable animal?
Wow, that's a dumb debates question. Save that for Wednesday.
Hmm.
I mean, Shave can opine because he won't be here on Wednesday. Shave, what's the least hateable? I mean, dog. The answer is dog.
You think... Well, there are people that hate dogs,
Yeah,
though,
those
right?
people are idiots.
But I don't think anyone hates a penguin.
I think if you take pets out of the equation, which is a important distinction here, and if you're just talking about animals at large, I think a penguin has a very high popularity rating amongst people when they think about animals.
But what
really
about
hard to hate a penguin.
What about Mayor Cobblepot from Batman Returns? He was half penguin and he was a monster.
He's half penguin, not full penguin.
Okay, well, that was still bad
I
enough.
didn't know that was his name, actually.
It was something
What a
Cobblepot.
dumb
was it,
name. DC is so dumb.
Was it? Well, you guys don't like.
I just called him the penguin.
Oswald Cobblepot.
Yeah, I thought I just called him the penguin, too.
Oh, I call him Oswald Cobblepot. He was a person at one point
Was
in
that
time.
Danny DeVito penguin?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
first
it's
one.
the only penguin we're really.
Wow. Didn't like the Batman, the Penguin and the Batman. Did you watch the show? Probably not. I never watched the show either.
The Colin Farrell one?
Mhm.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
I
I heard
haven't-
it's good.
I had like a strong desire to watch it because I've just kind of
Same.
gotten out of the whole comic
Super-
book world
I'm
entirely.
done. We're done with superheroes now.
Oh.
I do like Batman though.
I'm sort of just out on franchises.
You're just out on movies. You don't see movies.
No. I'm not out on movies. I like
Okay.
movies.
Okay, good. That's good. All right.
All right.
All right. Well, there you
All
go.
right.
Let's
Yeah,
get
movies.
to the
movies. Yay!
We
Go
love movies. Let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
The
Now,
Indigo Grum Down.
Shave, speaking of passive aggressive, I was not trying to be passive aggressive with my first comment. I was just expecting you to arrive in tow with 4 Stephen King novels. Mike Schaefer is in the building. Did he bring books?
No,
Sad.
he failed. He didn't even think about them because he was busy all weekend and then never set the meat to go get the books on Sunday.
Bummer.
You could have sent a reminder text that would
I
have
didn't
been
want to be
enabled in
a
this.
jerk.
No, you didn't. You wouldn't have been a jerk. We'll get it figured out. I'm in Omaha enough. I might be in Omaha on Wednesday.
Okay.
So
Let's make it happen.
I will certainly be in Omaha multiple times next week.
Okay. So it'll happen soon.
So yeah, I might be in Omaha on Sunday.
He's bringing me 4 Stephen King books. 3
Yeah.
of them are collections of novellas and short stories.
At one of the garage sales we were at this
Was there a
weekend,
Stephen King book?
There were so many Stephen King books.
Next-
It was a table full of
text
Stephen
me.
King books.
I sent him a text. I had a friend who's cleaning out. He needs space, and so he's getting rid of some of his books. And he sent a picture. Did anybody want any Stephen King books?
Would you like
And I
to see
sent
a
it to
picture?
Josh
This guy.
immediately.
Yeah, and I've now responded to you multiple times about this one single photo, saying, no, actually, I'll do this book and this book and this
I'm
book.
sorry I didn't send you a
Josh got
picture
very
of this.
flustered by
Yeah.
picking out the books.
Here's what happens. Yes, kind of. If anyone in the audience ever sees a Stephen King hardcore novel, tweet me. I'm serious. I'm very interested in buying.
Hardcover,
What's
right?
a hard?
Hardcover, I don't-
Okay, you said hardcore novel. I'm like, what's a
Hardcover.
hardcore
I
novel,
was like,
Josh?
well, I don't
Hardcover.
think he meant that.
No. Hardcover. I don't want a paperback. I have paperback Stephen King novels, but I would rather move all of them to hardcovers, including, it seems like one of the first versions of It was available that a different friend snatched up. I do
Wow.
like the It that I have. So yeah, there you go. Mike Schaefer is in the building.
That's my version of like when there's a CD that I like, I'll get it on vinyl.
Yeah.
If there's a book that I like, I'll get it in hardcover. So
Absolutely.
like I get the paperback first, and then if I love it,
Oh, I love
hardcover.
books. I love books. Amateur sports are dead, folks. The news came down on Friday. We'll talk about that today. The ACC and SEC's domination of college baseball. Perhaps we were a bit too early in saying that a year ago, Nick.
Some of us were.
I was guilty of saying those types of things. Mitch Sherman, who apparently you're going to chat with soon this week, is going to join us today. You're going to chat with him multiple times. Look at that.
I like chatting.
The chat boys. Schadenfreude, thy name is Aaron Rodgers. Mike Schaefer is here, which means we talk about the NFL. Happer always accuses us of wanting to talk about quarterbacks. I would say you're wrong. We just want to talk about the NFL. Well, there's a nice little entry ramp into talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Sounds great.
Sounds great. Yogurt has some football opinions and or takes.
Dannon.
Troy Dannon spoke with Amy Just. She's doing a great job of just doling out these quotes like day by day.
Just a little treat.
Yeah, you can have football conversations as a treat.
Mm.
I very much enjoyed the football conversations today. Michael Severe will join us in the stream a little bit later on.
Why is this the worst era?
Well, he sent out a screenshot over the weekend that was tough. So we'll explain that.
Okay,
Joins
I didn't
us.
see it. I
Okay.
didn't really
You were
experience
offline.
the internet.
I like
much
that.
this weekend.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It was nice.
golf?
It was a golf event.
Cool.
And a friend of mine was in town from Denver, and so made good use of my time, and then had to
The
play
friend
catch
that
up
I know,
yesterday.
that friend?
Yes, he's been on your
Really?
podcast. Yeah,
John?
yeah, we played golf.
Wow.
He gave up the running and then played golf.
Yeah, he's done
you
with
were the
running.
reverse. You gave up the golf to run.
To run, that's true. Yeah. How's he doing?
He's doing quite well.
Yeah.
We
Talk about running?
needed to make more putts to be doing better.
Oh, you guys were in a
Yeah.
scramble together?
Yeah, well, not just a scramble, but there's like multiple different styles of which you play across a couple days. So
Okay. Well, good. I
He's
hope
good.
that he's doing well.
he is doing.
And finally, we know Mike Schaefer does not care about the NBA Finals. Does the NBA care about the NBA
Of course
Finals?
they don't.
Well, we'll give you reasons why they don't later on in the show. What was that, Nick? Everything okay over there?
Yeah, I'll tell you off air.
Okay, very interesting. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You can also text us there. Text me. 402-951-1620. You can also hit us up into the Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or at Mike Schaefer's personal email address. You can also find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Mike J. Schaefer, and at Grim and M.
Yes.
We are available in all of those places.
And
And Blue Sky. Schaefer, we're on Blue Sky.
we
Oh,
are.
congratulations.
Yeah, I'm on Blue Sky.
Call
now,
us
too.
Electric Light Orchestra.
I basically bullied myself into joining Blue Sky.
You did.
That's nice. Have you are you on Threads?
No, I'm not an idiot.
You don't have a Threads?
Definitely not.
All right.
I've noticed because you
True
always say,
social?
yes, of course. You always say that you squat on the name Mike J. Schaefer on all the sites. I've not found a Blue Sky though.
I haven't done that one yet. I've been
Uh-oh.
invited a few different times.
should
or
probably.
when
You don't
that
have to
was
be
like a
invited
thing.
anymore.
you can
yeah.
just, you can just hop on.
I don't know. I'm never going to use it. I don't see the point in. I'm actively trying to use Twitter less, so I don't need to
me
invite something new.
It's nice to log off the internet.
I like to squat on things just so I have it because it's a digital identity.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
For me, it's just brand cohesiveness. It's
That too.
Mike J. Schaefer for almost everything.
Yeah.
at this
And I'm at Josh Tweederson on everything.
Yeah, I'm
Even
Grim and M
Instagram
everywhere.
or even Blue Sky.
point. You're tweeting on Blue
I'm
Sky.
tweeting on. That's what I said. I tweeted on Blue Sky. That doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
I asked Josh if he made his Blue Sky name Josh Skeeterson because
Yeah.
that's what it's called on Blue Sky. It's called a skeet.
I am not using Blue Sky.
All right.
That
Perfect.
was not a sales pitch.
A couple comments before we go to break. Dwayne says physical media is cool. Buy movies you like in 4K too.
Oh, that's another thing. We hit up an estate sale this weekend too.
You buy a 4K player?
No, but there was a stack of HD DVDs.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
That came up in Tropic Thunder
It
recently.
did. I saw it like, wow.
I have thought about it because my wife, when we bought our new TV at our house, she was like, "Should we get a 4K player?" And I was like, "No, we don't need one." But now I'm like, God, that'd be pretty cool. Movies are expensive. I don't want to spend like $30 on a disc.
So what? So you would get a 4K player to play a 4K movie, but you could also just watch the 4K version of a streamable movie.
Yeah, but it's better on a.
It is
it's
better
on a
okay.
disc
It's better on
because
the
it's
disc.
not going to be compressed.
Yeah,
At what point? So here's a question.
Get an Xbox. You can just do that.
At what point do you think you will hit the, like, you no longer need it to look that much better than what you have it at right now?
I don't know. I mean, I still like it looking better. When we got this new TV and we watched The White Lotus the first time, I was like, holy crap, this looks amazing.
The new television technology, I
it's
totally get it.
Ridiculous.
I totally get it. But
Yeah.
the idea of then buying another piece of equipment to
see, that's the thing. I'm not going to buy the other stuff.
Extra addition of it is enough for me where it's like I'll just take advantage of what I can stream that is in that quality.
See, I've thought about it because there are some movies when they do the IMAX, I don't know if anybody cares in our audience, but they don't do that on the streaming. So if you want the full screen IMAX,
sure, yeah, the ratio aspect
correct,
of
and
it.
so that doesn't change.
Some
on
of that
streaming.
you can play around with on your own, depending on what you're streaming off of, and then your type of TV if you want to change the aspect of it.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. I want it to be seen as the director intended because I'm a huge dork like that. So those are all the things that we have coming up on the show today. Other stuff as well throughout the Grum, and we would love to have you participate as we roll on. But when we return, I have a couple of questions for Mike Schaefer as it pertains to college sports. And if we can just stop paying attention to something. So we'll do that when we return. Also, we'll talk about the College World Series field a little bit more later on. Only one game, as we talked about on the crossover tonight.
Tonight at 6.
Which is nuts.
And Nick is rooting very hard for Murray State.
Oh, he definitely is.
Actually, yes.
He definitely
rooting
is.
very hard for Murray State.
We'll give you our picks on that coming up in content later on, so stay tuned for that. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on this Monday of College World Series week, 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, Nick Grimm with you. We'll have Mitch Sherman in just under an hour as we get you ready for the Men's College World Series. We'll talk about that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour of the show. Before we get into the news of the weekend in college sports, a couple of emails, Schaefer, about least hateable animals. John writes, koala is even less hateable than a penguin, and Chris said the same thing.
Yeah,
I nominate
aren't
a koala
actual
bear.
koalas like sort of mean and
Yeah,
tough
and
to
Like
also-
deal
Tropic
with?
Thunder.
They carry syphilis.
Yeah, so like
Wow, Nick, sex-shaming koalas?
Well, I don't want syphilis.
Well, understandable
Penguins won't give you syphilis.
that you know.
I don't know, how is the koala giving you syphilis?
Yeah, what are you doing with the koala, Nick?
That's just the thing everybody's always said. Koalas carry syphilis.
Now, is this
They're all
actually true, or are
syphilitic.
you just quoting?
Parroting things that aren't true.
All right, let's look this
I
up.
mean-
You're like the automatic retweet of a fake account. That's what you're doing, Grim.
I could be Google AIing this, but it's like me.
Endemic. What does endemic mean?
Off the top of my head, I'm not going to be able to give you.
Endemic is regularly occurring.
I
Okay,
was going to say.
now Nick is
consistent.
half right. They have chlamydia.
Oh, chlamydia. My
Yeah.
bad.
So,
Gotcha.
all right. So Nick, I guess, is correct on these things.
Anyway, a penguin also won't give you chlamydia.
I guess that's true. You know what else they won't give you, Nick? The settlement.
The Penguins haven't reached their settlement
They
with
have-
the NCAA.
They have not, but Dellinger is writing up another story about it right now. It's gonna
with the Penguins.
Yeah. But we did learn how
Sources
settlement
at Youngstown State is what you're saying.
how settlement finally done. And look, I don't want us. We're not going to talk about this for an hour today because personally, I don't want to. I would find that pretty boring. I'm guessing that you would find that pretty boring as well.
Sure.
A couple of things though that did stand out to me from the aforementioned Ross Dellinger, as he wrote about this finally happening. The cap calculated 22% from his reporting, which is going to be about $20.5 million. Most schools are going to do $13 to $16 million for football, $2 to $4 million for men's basketball. The remaining dollars going to the other sports. Of course, like Nebraska is going to be different because volleyball matters. Creighton is going to be different because they don't have football, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But here's what I did want to ask you, because I think about this all the time with me, given that we do a show and we talk about this, and I often am talking about the things that I am interested in. Like, I feel like my job is talk about the stuff that I care about, and hopefully the audience is going to come along for the ride, right? I do care about this in an inordinate amount. I don't know why. But do you think college sports fans need to care about this to the level in which it is being discussed? Like, do you remember when we were going through not the late night wars of the 80s and 90s, but like the Conan, Jay Leno? Do you remember that era of late night discourse? And there was all these articles all the time about, oh, Conan's doing this and Jay Leno's doing that. And eventually it's like, I mean, only a few million people are watching this. Like, do people actually care about this? Or do we care about it because we're in the midst of it in the media writing about these stories? And I almost wonder if this is something like that, where we like the machinations of behind the scenes, but a college sports fan just wants to get to the season and they're like, I don't care. Just tell me what happens in August and September and I'll be along for the ride.
I think there's levels to it. I mean, there's the people who want to know everything and how it all is going to work and be on the front end of what college sports looks like and are interested in the process and all of those sorts of things. So you're going to have those people. You're going to have the people that are in between, indifferent and interested, that they want to know sort of what the pathway is going forward. So now they have that information, but they don't want to invest the time to know more about it. And then you have the people who are more just the casuals who might not even know that a settlement is occurring right now, or have heard about it and be intrigued enough that they would move from the casual to the semi-interested.
Mm-hmm.
Like a great example of this to me is I have my uncle doesn't care about sports really. Like he's not a big sports person. He watches Nebraska football, but it's not like a life and death thing for him on Saturday. If he misses games, he misses games. But he's familiar in a very general sense when Nebraska's playing, because you are if you're born and raised in this state as he is. And he called me one time because he didn't understand, like, he kept hearing about NILs and contracts, and he thought it was odd that players could renegotiate because he's in the business world.
Sure.
He thought it was odd that a player could effectively renegotiate every week if he wanted.
Yeah.
And so for him, it didn't feel like it was a two-sided situation. And so he wanted to pick my brain about how they even got to this place. And it was a very random, like, Sunday afternoon, 3:00 phone call that I was unprepared to have.
Yeah.
But that sort of shows, like, even the people who aren't that interested can find a little snippet of something that like could bring them into
The story
about it.
Well,
So-
that's a great way to describe it too. Like imagine you go to your boss every other week and you're like, I want a raise. Like, okay, your boss is going to laugh at you at some point in time. And yet, now, how many times does that actually happen with a player? They go in every other week. I can't speak to that. I'm guessing,
Right, yeah.
You know, but still that they're able to renegotiate in a way all the time, you know.
Well, yeah, like Nico Amalieva or
Yamaliava.
whatever.
I practiced it a lot. I feel like I'm getting close.
Obviously, there's the reports about before the playoff game, you know.
Wild.
So whether that's true or not,
Yeah.
we don't know. But there's
Imagine
enough
Patrick
reporting on
Mahomes
it.
going into the playoffs.
Right.
Like, guys, sorry, I need more money now.
And so,
Or else I'm gonna sit
there's
out.
at least an example of this having occurred, and I'm sure there's probably other places where it could have as well, or was discussed. So, yeah. But to the central idea, I mean, you're just gonna have different levels of people whose interest is this, and then you know, there's a certain kind of Nebraska fan who's interested in everything because they want to know how it's going to affect their team.
Yeah.
And in what way Nebraska has been preparing themselves and how will it affect football or other sports. I mean, if you're really into Nebraska volleyball,
You should be
in what
excited for
way
this,
are
I think,
you,
right?
You know, yeah.
Not if you're a fan of men's basketball, I bet.
Uh,
Though I don't know if anything has gotten you a reason to be excited about men's basketball at Nebraska.
I mean, I think
Or is this just a net neutral?
it's probably more net neutral. Some of it, though, to me, is with where this money comes from, the universities then have to make up more money. So it's going to hit you in other ways. Like volleyball, you might be excited about this era with the settlement, but at the same time, if you're a season ticket holder, they just came to you and basically are sticking you up for ransom right now. For
Talking about the
volleyball
seat?
season ticket holders. I mean, they're asking a ton of money for people and reseating people who have had season tickets for years.
And they're about to do it with football, too.
Yeah. And so, like, and they're doing this in the backdrop of a successful year for Nebraska athletics, but what has been largely a decade of meh for the athletic department as a whole. Meanwhile, you're asking this in the backdrop of your sparkling football facility and your stadium that needs to be renovated, and you just need more and more money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're asking people to donate for $18.90 and
In
for
this
NIL.
economy.
So, like, there comes a point where you could be excited about what it might mean for your sport,
But not how it
also
affects you directly.
realize, like, you are paying more than ever right now if you are an active college sports fan with your own pocket.
Yeah, and that doesn't even count streaming services,
Sure.
channels, you know, needing those things. A couple comments that I wanted to get to. And there was a quote that I wanted to see what you thought about it. Amazing Daniel says, definitely fit one of those categories. I want to know the rules and what's going on, but I just have so little interest in what happens away from the field that I hate spending time thinking about it or caring. And I know that we joke about this on this station a lot, but there is just something about this time of year, right? Where you have to fill time, and normally the time is filled in college sports with people in charge having ideas on the various things that they need to do and or going to courtrooms to figure out what the future of college sports are. So that's happening right now as well. I did want to read you this quote, though. This was from not Bill Byrne. This was from Greg Byrne, which is Bill's son. And Greg Byrne is the athletics director at Alabama. Previously, he was with Arizona and Mississippi State. He told this to Dan Wetzel. I tell our coaches and our students the three most significant events in college athletics are first, the NCAA's foundation in 1905. Second, the adoption of Title IX in 1972 and all the opportunities that were created because of it. And third, the House settlement. Are you in that? Like, is he right? Is this on the short list of one of the three most important events that has ever happened to the history of college athletics in America? That this goes up there with Title IX, which created an incredible number of opportunities for women in this country. I mean, the NCAA's foundation, literally, it's the founding of what we still have. Is this up there with those other two things as like a moment that we will look back on forever and say, yeah, that was important and good or bad for whatever reasons are to come?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, it in the sense that it has redistributed money to various programs around the country. It's changed the way that athletic departments are going to operate and have to operate. It has enacted, the idea of future restrictions on rosters. There's just an endless sea of change that comes out of this in a way that just going from 12 to 16 teams in a college football playoff does not.
Yeah.
Like, this is a wide reaching thing for all of college athletics. The question to me, before we can really say for certain that it belongs up there, is how long until the next change?
Exactly.
Because
right.
what has happened for me with college athletics is it's easy to sort of tune out of a lot of this because it's never ending. The conversation is never ending. It just gets put in a different prism,
Mhm.
So we'll have the House settlement here. How long until the next court challenge that leads to the next big settlement, that leads to the next big decision, that leads to whatever the next thing is for college athletics? Is it 1 year? Is it 5 years? Is it 15 years? Is it 25 years? If it's 15 or 25 years, and it seems like this would be a landmark decision that has a lasting impression. If
But
it's
if it's
one
two,
or
yeah.
if it's 1 or 2 years, it's
It's just another thing.
yeah.
It's another thing that happens
so
along the way.
I have a tough time getting myself fired up one way or the other until we ultimately see where college athletics falls a couple years into this.
I guess my question that I would have as a follow-up to that is this just college sports now for our lives?
Endless litigation and
Yeah.
talking about
Like,
it.
that sucks.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's it. This has been a very trying off season as someone who is supposed to have thoughts and takes on these things, but doesn't want to spend a lot of time thinking about it because the permeance of college athletics it's gone. It's eroded. Everything is basically changing all the time.
Mhm.
Everything is one sympathetic judge from a court case away from
Yeah.
changing completely. We don't even
Dude,
know
I
that
know.
eligibility
Eligibility
is
is
a thing in
yeah.
college athletics.
It's crazy.
And so if you don't even have the lightest of standards of that, why should I waste my time being overly worried about this beyond knowing the tenets of how it affects the future couple seasons of Nebraska athletics?
And that's the thing. And you said it a few minutes earlier. I mean, ultimately, I think for our audience, the most important thing is going to be, what does it mean for Nebraska? Or what does it mean for Iowa? What does it mean for Creighton? And I understand that point of view. Like, I've kind of looked myself in the mirror on this discussion at various points over the last month or so. And it's like, I keep thinking about this from the broader, what does it mean for college sports? But I mean, you got to care most about what it means for the boots on the ground here. What does it mean for Nebraska football? What does it mean for Nebraska basketball? What does it mean for Creighton basketball? That's going to impact our audience way more than, oh man, what does this mean for Texas Tech?
The question then becomes, and Matt Rule has sort of hinted at this, in this era, it's going to be hard to be competitive at everything. So where are you going to want to put your chips? Where are you going to want to be the best version of your program? We know that Nebraska football is going to get the airtime and the interest and all of that. So what are you carving out of the rest of your athletic, profile here? Because Nebraska very much wants to be competitive in everything, and that's the idea. But are you still going to be able to support your wrestling program to the degree of which it needs to be in the best conference in the country if you also want to support men's basketball, if you want to support baseball, if you want to support women's basketball? Volleyball is going to eat more of the settlement here than it will anywhere else.
100%.
There will be lines drawn in the sand of what sports are going to receive what relative to their peers in the same sport. And we don't know what the long-term ramifications of that. Like, could you just end up seeing the same teams dominate because they're the ones that are willing to invest in, baseball more than, like, will every SEC team still be able to invest in baseball?
It's a great question.
The same way when they know that they have to put all of their resources into football? Will they still be as dominant as they are in softball, or will their rise in college basketball now be in the Big East because a lot of them don't have football programs that they have to be concerned about with certain Jesuit schools? So there's just a lot of unknowable things in where this could go in even just a short amount of time.
Yeah. And
so there's a finite amount of money.
Yeah.
Like we want to pretend like there's this just faucet, but there's really not. Like, and one of the things that I think has to be most aggravating for college coaches right now is who is going to enforce the terms of this settlement that teams aren't just paying extra on the, or
it's the clearinghouse. Yeah.
around. So we went from let's just put it all out in the open to it's going to be dirtier than before. And who's going to enforce it? Because the NCAA essentially has been neutered in the last 3 years. So who is going to enforce this?
They supposedly have this clearinghouse where if you spend $600 or more on a endorsement or whatever it is, that it has to go through the clearinghouse and they can tell you if it's worth the value or not. Well, you're right. If they get told no, okay, it's just going to go right back under the table.
Yeah.
Like it used to.
And so if Jackson Cantwell is fetching $2 million of Miami football's $16 million pot, how are they going to also pay Carson Beck and all of these, and I know that's not because Cantwell's not going to be there this year, but the concept of it is, how are you able to make sure that teams aren't skirting that rule, or at least doing it in the way that's provided, or do you even care?
Yeah, exactly.
Have we gone back to now we're just going to turn a blind eye to everything? And so really we're in a dumber version of the system that came before it.
Yeah.
A better version for athletes,
but
sort of dumber for the consumer, because we're all in on the joke now. And it's, I refuse to believe that schools aren't going to find a way to have a $35 million roster, and they're not all going to have that extra money go through the clearinghouse.
Yeah.
Like there's, so I just don't understand what we've solved.
Well, and I was thinking about this over the weekend. Like what happened on Friday night does not solve the thing that I think college sports fans in the aggregate are most frustrated by. And that is player movement and the portal being open at all times. This doesn't solve that. I think for the most part, there are obviously fans that are like, players shouldn't be making this much money. I'm not one of those people. I don't care. Get the bag. But I know that it is annoying and frustrating for coaches to have to re-recruit guys every 5 seconds. And for fans,
it doesn't seem like it would be fun to me growing up to not know who's on your team year to year.
No.
To not have a basketball team. If you're a Nebraska basketball fan growing up, first of all, hang in there. Second of all, at least I got to experience and watch players age from year to year. And now it's just find 7 new guys and then hope some of the retainees are okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't ultimately leave. Or in the case of Jamarcus Lawrence, they leave, but then come back. So it's just, I don't know.
It's so different now.
You have to embrace that things aren't going to stay the same forever, which we've always known.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the same time, it feels like this floodgate of change it's drowning people. Like I feel drowned by college sports news almost daily.
Interesting.
Because
and you cover
it's hard to keep up with all of it. It's hard to decipher does this matter? It's hard to know whether what's even being reported is going to ultimately be what happens. I mean, how many versions of the college football playoff had been reported on before we got to a model that hadn't been discussed before?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just it's a deluge, and it's how you choose to embrace it or ignore it or whatever else. And I don't think there's a right or wrong on it.
Yeah, certainly not. 402-951-1620 if you'd like to opine, give us a take or an opinion, because they are two different things.
Or wave at your radio.
Or wave at your radio.
Again, it applies to babies because that is how they communicate.
Interesting. When we return, we'll talk about a college sport that does still exist, baseball.
Baseball!
The Men's College World Series field is 7/8 complete.
What will you be doing?
We'll be watching it, Nick, and talking about it, but not with Mike Schaefer.
7/8.
7/8.
That's true.
That's math, folks. There's a game tonight. We'll talk about that. And we'll give our picks later on in the show, Nick.
Oh.
Look at that. We'll even allow you to give a take. Though we know you're going to just say Murray State. Spoiler alert.
Know?
Yes.
Do you know that?
Yes. I guess you did talk about Duke one time in a slice of baseball, did you not?
I mentioned them. They weren't a feature.
So you talked about them, though. They came up.
I think so.
Okay. We'll talk some baseball when we return here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, and Nick Grimm here on this Monday. I almost said Tuesday, but it is not a Tuesday. It's a Monday.
It is on a Monday.
You know what else it's not, Nick? It's not Friday. But on Friday this week at 1620thezone.com, you can get a zone deal. $50 worth of gift vouchers to Cheeseburgers, a takeout joint, and Friends of the Grum, located in the Blackstone District at 4007 Farnham Street. Savory smash burgers, crispy chicken, all beef hot dogs, and sides like onion rings and fries. I'm going off the book right now because I've been there many times.
Me too.
I used to
This
live
sounds
across
delicious.
Shafe, have you never had cheeseburgers?
No.
Oh, you would love
Also,
cheeseburgers.
You never told me about cheeseburgers.
It's good.
They have.
I love their burgers.
If you're not a meat person, they have a very good vegan burger.
There you go. They have vegan burgers for you, Mike Schaefer, as well. You can go on Friday morning at 9 a.m., 1620thezone.com, and get those gift vouchers. Plus, Nick, we're going to be giving them away this week.
Yes, we are.
Wow, Nick definitely knew that before right now. That's exciting. Shafe, that's exciting. We should go there next time.
I would be interested.
When you bring the Stephen King novels to me, we could go out to Cheeseburger.
Will you stop bullying our friend?
He said to remind him. I'm just placing it in his brain to remind him. I've already paid the guy. I want to get my money's worth.
It's getting a little passive aggressive at this point.
Is it, Nick? If you bought something online 2 weeks ago and it had not been delivered, wouldn't you be like, where's that delivery item? Where's my personal delivery guy with my gifts?
Technically, you were still changing your order up until last week, so I wouldn't say twofold.
But also,
that's true.
It's Shafe. You know, it's not just some rando on the internet. You know he's good for it.
I know. I'm just reminding him.
We're
I'm
actually
on your
running
side.
a long-term scan on how much money I can bilk out of Josh on fake Stephen King books.
Yeah, he got $20 on this one. Let's see what else. We probably split it halvesies with his friend, so he got $10 on this one.
$10 that I'm going to spend at Cheeseburger.
You're going to be able to get a delicious meal at Cheeseburgers. Well
Excellent
done, Mike.
for me.
Nice.
Well done, Mike Schaefer.
And Josh doesn't get to read. Sad for Josh.
Yeah, bummer. Ugh, but I love reading.
You do love reading.
I finished that book, Nick, that I referenced on Friday. A very sad book about the Holocaust.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. Wow, Shafe, this book, incredible.
The Book Thief?
The Book Thief. Wow, ridiculously
See,
good.
and I'd always heard of that book. I never knew it was about the Holocaust, though.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was about a guy who would steal books.
It's about a girl, Nick. Girls can't steal?
I'm sure girls could steal.
Jiminy Christmas. It's got to be about men who steal. Wow. Women
Sexist.
women can be criminals too, Nick.
You're right. I'm in the wrong here.
Women, sadly, are not allowed to play college baseball, but men do, and they will be in Omaha on Friday.
That was a transition.
I thought it worked. It didn't get as big of a laugh as I was hoping for from Shafe. Shafe, how are we feeling about the field this year? Because, at this time last year, I was someone who said, I have an opinion. The future of college baseball is bad.
Or is that a take?
It's going to...
That would be a take.
That would be a take. Because I thought it was going to be very South-pilled. I thought it was going to be ACC and SEC teams for the rest of time. And now, you look at it, as of this moment, because Duke is still playing tonight, you have one ACC team. You have one team from the Embers that is the Pac-12. I guess suddenly you have three teams from the Embers that are the Pac-12. Another former Pac-12 team that's now in the Big Ten. Another former Pac-12 team that's in the Big 12. One from the Sun Belt. And two SEC teams.
How many national seeds made it in?
Nick?
So we
I don't
know
know
for
off the top of my
sure.
head.
I could probably rattle them off, but Arkansas is the highest at 3, and then I think LSU is next at 6. And then after that, Oregon State would be 8. And then we get to...
Did you mention UCLA?
UCLA is 15. Is that what they are for a seed?
What is this bracket
And
that I'm
then
looking at?
I want to say the only other one is Coastal Carolina. So you had 5 national seeds make it in out of 16, which isn't
sounds
particularly good.
Mm-hmm.
What a lot of this tells me, and I felt this way for a while, is that we have allowed committees have placed too much emphasis on the conference
Portion of the schedule.
Yeah, and just have given way too much credit for teams beating each other, determining that all of these teams are good instead of that they might just be okay and therefore beatable amongst each other.
So how do you fix that?
I don't know. What you don't do is you don't have to make every team from a conference a national seed.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC had no business having that many national seeds. And then obviously it bears out because they got knocked off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, you didn't have your 1, your 2.
Yeah, they didn't even make it to the
4.
second weekend.
Yeah, I mean, so like you had 4 total teams out of the 13 make it to a super regional. And of that, like 9 of them were favored to,
Yikes.
or
Including the
placed
top
in,
2 seeds in the
placed
entire
in position, favorable position to make it because you've just determined that this conference is so good that everyone needs to be represented in some form or fashion.
And I asked that question, by the way, like in good faith, because, we hear the same criticism about basketball. We hear the same criticism about football, right? I mean, there's a whole debate happening within the sport of college football right now because of this exact discussion. And yet, like, there's a part of me that just kind of throws up my hands and says, I don't know what the fix really is because schedules in college sports are built around conference schedules.
The problem isn't so much that they all get in. It's the idea that it excludes others. Kentucky has they shouldn't be rewarded for going 27-24, not winning the SEC championship, and being put in the tournament because they played in the same conference with 12 other teams.
Yeah.
Well, UConn is excluded entirely for winning 40-some games, going on the road and winning a series at Miami, playing a much tougher schedule, but having to play in a conference where they're not going to get the benefit of these computer numbers that have been basically rigged. Like, teams have found ways to rig numbers in their favor.
Yeah.
Entire conferences in basketball have found ways to rig numbers in their favor. Stop putting so much emphasis on that number and put more emphasis on the wins.
Yeah.
Winning needs to matter.
I know.
I get so mad when we go through the SEC discussion of 9 versus 8 wins, or when people were honking off about Alabama needing to be in the college football playoff. And it's like, you can't tell me regular season wins. You can't tell me that we're devaluing the regular season when you're over here telling me that the fact that they lost to these 2 other teams don't matter.
Bingo.
Like, stop giving extra credit because of you think the conference is better.
Yeah, at that point, you're just rewarding them for recruiting
they'll
rankings.
prove that they're better by winning games.
Yeah,
and if they're better than other conferences, they'll prove that when they play each other, which baseball did not prove. Basketball sort of proved, but not really. I mean, Florida won the national title, yes, and Auburn, but you have that many teams make it in, sort of the math tells you it's going to work in that way.
Yeah.
It's just like, I hate seeing the reward of why a team gets in because its conference is tough, but they went 16-13, so they still get to be in the play-in game. Looking at you, Texas, you had no business being in there. It takes bids away from people that actually won games and had worthwhile seasons.
And I think, the equivalent, for basketball or for a baseball is what you're talking about with the 9-3, 11-1 debate, where it's just because, I mean, and yet we're still.
Well, it's a 13-0 versus Alabama. Like,
yeah,
I'm so tired of having watched this play out where the benefit of the doubt is given to Alabama because they're an SEC team in every instance. They got to play Notre Dame in the national championship they got to play. Was it LSU in the national championship despite having already lost to them?
Instead of
so they didn't win their division, they didn't win their conference, but because they lost to this team, the computer numbers bear it out. Oh, they get to go play them again. It's Alabama who gets to go in with 2 losses over somebody else, and they didn't win their division. They won the national championship, so they won the bracket.
Correct.
So it's sort of like, well, you can't have, but also, why do we exclude everyone else? But it's just the different sets of rules.
Yeah.
I hate it. You don't get this in other sports. You get it exclusively in college because you have all these different conferences.
And you have all these brands.
And you have brands and you have people who promote them. And then, oh, by the way, the biggest cheerleader in all of it is also televising their games and owns the college football playoff. So it's really hard for me to take anything said on ESPN serious as it's related to college athletics because it is done in such a self-interested fashion and for its properties. It's like when they used to buy up the rights to the Arena Football League and then would shove those topics on PTI and Around the Horn, and it never fit.
Yeah.
It's when they bought up racing and they went from never talking about NASCAR to all of a sudden ESPN's the home of this stuff. It is so blatantly done in self-interest. It is not for you as a consumer. It's not for you as a fan. It's so they can make more money off of it. And it sucks.
Yeah.
I want to watch a product that is good. I want to watch games that are interesting. I want things to matter. And what I want that to be is you win the game or you lose the game. Alabama, and I hate that this is even still a discussion now.
I know.
In June, but this is what it's going to be all the time. When we decided to embrace debate, we've actually created that as a real sport that happens in sports, and the results have become secondary. And you see this in almost every sport now.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I love baseball and the NFL.
I was going to say, isn't it interesting
because
about
those are the sports, and football has a ton of debate.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
It's
it
decided
still
on the
leads
field.
to the Super Bowl, and you still have that.
Yeah.
Baseball, they play a bajillion games, so the
math is
going
to
to matter.
The math is going to work itself
and
out.
the debates will get drowned out by the fact that it's a timeless steamroller just marching over everything.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the debates and the takes have taken over NBA discourse to a level
I mean,
where
we'll get into that conversation later, but people would much rather have the LeBron versus MJ debate than whether this is an interesting finals or not.
which is the exact discussion that we're going to have coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. So I'm looking forward to it. All that to say, I think you're probably more excited about the College World Series this year than maybe other years.
Yeah, I mean, I find myself having gotten more into this event as I've aged than where I was. I had the run of where you're turn 21 and you go down there.
Oh, you party.
The party atmosphere. I had the age before that where it was kind of like this really cool thing to go do in high school or whatever, to go to games when it was at Rosenblatt. I had a period where I was like just completely out on it. And it was the corporate College World Series, and I didn't care, and the games weren't interesting, and I had to hear the Vandy Whistler in the background too often.
He won't be coming.
And then these last couple years, the games have been great. The teams have been fun. The atmosphere feels good. It feels like the park belongs.
Excellent
it all
players.
belongs. They do such a good job putting this event on. I have become a much bigger supporter of it since COVID, really.
That's wild.
Than I probably was before.
Well, it is certainly looking like an interesting field so far, and one more spot to be decided tonight between Murray State and Duke. We still have Mitch Sherman coming up in a few moments. Looking forward to catching up with him. Before we talk about that, wanted to ask you a couple questions about the camp that Nebraska put on over the weekend. We will do that when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Mike Schaefer here on this Monday on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peters and Mike Schaefer. Nick Grimm here on this Monday.
It's Monday, Josh.
Still not Tuesday.
It's Monday.
Mitch Sherman will join us in a few minutes. How about this tweet, Schaefer? From Awful Announcing. Michael Jordan's rumored $40 million a year payday for NBA on NBC role inaccurate, per report. $40 million. Can you imagine if that's what he was getting paid? To talk for like 2 minutes?
How does that, is that just for a 1-year thing?
I don't know how long the deal is supposed to be, but he is working with NBC. Did you know about this? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I don't think so. I mean, I know NBA was going back on NBC. I might have seen a brief snippet of some involvement.
It was announced within the last month and a half, 2 months, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't crap on everybody,
for
right?
more information.
He's just going to say these guys aren't as good as me. Like that's what his whole bit's going to be, right? Just making fun of people. I think so.
I guess I don't understand what you're paying for. In the same way that I didn't understand why you would spend that much money on Tom Brady without knowing what he could capably do.
It's like you're paying for the ability for them to come to golf courses and be, hobnobbing around with potential advertisers. Right? Like,
I guess.
See,
and my thing is Jordan doesn't have to. I'm sure in his contract he can opt out of any of those events.
Yeah, probably.
So why would you?
I mean, maybe he has a promise of he'll go to 5 things a year.
Right. And so, when Fox did that with Tom Brady, all I could think of is when Greg Olson did it on his bye week. He actually was sitting in on a broadcast when he was playing his last 2 years.
Yeah.
And he was sitting in on a broadcast and learning the business and naturally, seamlessly is able to just go and do it. And then you bring in Brady and he isn't seamless at all. He's robotic. It's bad. Like it just isn't.
It was
good.
awkward. Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to get much better.
Yeah.
So it
must be you're paying
like
for.
What are you? When Amazon rumored to have offered Sean McVay the amount of money they
$20 million a year.
It's because you've seen Sean McVay in those that he will nail that role whenever that happens.
It's going to happen.
He's going to be incredible.
Or maybe he'll go to the Cowboys. That'd be pretty cool.
Why would he go to an organization that would pay him a pittance of what Amazon would?
They'll trade for him, Schaefer.
Yeah, that's what they'll do.
I want it so bad.
I think you might want to let that one go.
I have. Don't worry. I'm excited for Shoddy and company. That's what they call Brian
Shoddy Too Hotty?
They don't call him Too Hotty. They just call him Shoddy. Brian Schottenheimer, the coach of my Dallas Cowboys.
Shoddy the body?
God, it's probably going to look like that on the sideline some of these times. Football. Can't wait to talk about it. We'll talk about the NFL a little bit later on. We have Mitch Sherman coming up in just a few moments. Camp happened this weekend. Let me ask you this. Everyone's doing the, what does this mean for recruiting, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to bore you with that kind of question, Shay. What is the place of these things in college football's murky future? Because I'll say this, as someone who does not pay attention to recruiting anywhere near as much as you do, I was surprised that this one was seemingly as ballyhooed as it was. I can't remember the last time. I mean, everyone's just been making Micah Parsons jokes for like 2 weeks.
Why were you so surprised?
Because it has been a decade since a camp has popped in the way that this one did.
But were you aware that like an event like this has never occurred before? So it's the first of its kind.
In what way?
Well, there's bylaws that prevent Nebraska from hosting athletic competitions that aren't interscholastic at Memorial Stadium inside its facilities.
Yeah.
So they can have the state championships there because those are high school oriented.
Yeah.
They can't have 7-on-7 tournaments there.
Yeah. So
the way that they went about doing this made it the first event of its kind, and sort of like the first people that ever conceived and hatched and did, and James Franklin was part of this, the first ever satellite camp down in Georgia.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
So
this was a plant the flag moment, and more teams are going to do this.
What was the loophole?
They did it through compliance where they created it as a camp. So there's a series of instruction that occurred in the morning.
And then
so they went through camp, they ran, and they did testing and all of that. And then they just happened to just play 7-on-7 the rest of the way.
And now we're going to break up into teams.
It just so happened that a collection of individuals that would be considered a team outside of this just were all there for the camp. And then they banded together and formed a team to play when pool play started.
So are other schools going to be as mad at Nebraska and Matt Rule as they were at like Jim Harbaugh and James Franklin for satellite camps? Or are they just going to, like you said, do the same thing?
I think a lot of schools were very, I mean, I know this because we have contacts that exist outside of just Nebraska, and have heard from people in college athletics who are like, hey, how are they doing this? How are they getting around this and this? And it's like, so part of why this is a big deal is that they were able to sort of do something no one else has done. And it shows that Matt Rule has foresight and is interested in doing something like that and wants to be an innovator instead of just a follower.
Mm-hmm.
And
Interesting.
When I was on Happer's show earlier and we were discussing what the ramifications of having something like this is, it's that you get all of that talent to campus early in their football career to where you can start to build the relationship, but also they have something to fall back on. Like if they end up in the portal at some point in their career, they've already been to Nebraska. They know what the facilities are like. And the big thing that every coach has to get around when he becomes a head coach at Nebraska in almost any sport is the perception of what Nebraska is. So if you have this event and you have, 75 to 100 recruitable football players across multiple classes, they get here and they see that Lincoln, Nebraska isn't a cornfield and that these facilities are immaculate and that there's plans for the football stadium to change and it's already bigger than the stadium that's near their closest school. And there's fans that want to come and watch this and there's people that are stopping them on the street and everything else. It creates like this idea that there's good things and big things happening at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
They follow up with actual winning football. They would be in prime position to take advantage of these good things.
Quite the rub. Follow
Rub.
up with winning football.
Which has been, the follow-up has been an issue.
It has. They've done a good job at getting on the scene. Would you say,
every staff has had their sort of thing. Like
I'd forgotten. I think you mentioned it last week, the offensive line camp that Frost had. I'd forgotten about that.
That was their first, that was kind of their foray into
Obviously,
this.
the Friday Night Lights stuff with
It
Riley.
didn't go great because, again, they had it on Father's Day weekend, and it's just sort of it wasn't publicized. It just didn't go as well as they had wanted. But, going back to Bo Pelini, they had Big Red Weekend where they would have their barbecue events and they would bring in their top guys and they would either structure it as official visits or no, they couldn't at that time. They were unofficial visits.
Yeah.
And then Mike Riley had the Friday Night Lights camps. And then Scott Frost built on both Big Red Weekend and Friday Night Lights camps and did both of those and had the pipeline camp. And so, Nebraska has certainly tried with the idea every time. The goal is to get these players to campus.
I always loved the idea of the Big Red Barbecue, that it was just them hanging out and like Bo was flipping burgers. Like every time you mentioned Big Red Barbecue, I just imagined him like on the grill.
A lot of it was they would head off to the fields and play softball or have home run derby or other various events going on.
Before we talk to Mitch Sherman, Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. People make too much about NU needing to show recruits what Lincoln is. They need to win games. A lot of schools that recruit at a higher level are bleep hole towns. They just happen to be winning.
Yeah, the problem is those bleep hole towns come in population centers or near population centers. I mean, Auburn is nothing as a town.
Yeah.
But its proximity to Georgia and to these other places make
Alabama.
it very easy to get there. Whereas Lincoln is a flight for most of the talent that's coming from the Southeast. So that, I totally understand the idea. And I get like winning still matters, but Nebraska had this issue when they were winning under Bo Pelini, when they were winning the 9 games and where they're on the precipice of doing it.
So that's why the
perception is always the battle that you face. The hurdle is getting them to campus one time. Once you do that, your chances of getting there multiple times obviously goes up because they have to go there once.
There's an interesting question in there of if you have a staff that is this innovative in this type of thing, what does happen when they win? If they win, how they're able to recruit.
That's the sort of idea that if it feels as good as it does Sunday through Friday, what does it look like when Saturday comes along? So
what happens when it's a winning Saturday that comes along?
And maybe we find out.
Maybe we do indeed. When we return, Mitch Sherman will join us fresh off of vacation.
Where did he go?
I think a boat.
He went to a boat.
I think he was on a boat or a
the
ship.
The boat could have been anywhere.
It could have. We'll find out.
Was it on water?
I would assume so, Nick. He's not hanging out.
It could have been a museum boat.
Yeah, museum boat. You ever been to a museum boat?
No.
Those are cool.
No.
They have big guns sometimes.
You've never been on a boat that wasn't in water?
I don't know. Let's talk to Mitch, shall we?
Okay. I think it's a fair question.
It's a very fair question.
Next on 1620 at the Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Fresh off of vacation, it's Mitch Sherman of The Athletic and the Locked On Nebraska podcast. Mitch, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Josh. Mike, how are you guys?
We are great. What's that first day back at work like after you were on a boat?
Yeah, maybe a little wobbly.
Nice.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a Monday. It's like a semi-slow news Monday before what's going to be a real busy 2-3 weeks for me. And then, it's July. So I don't know. It's strange to say on June 9th, but I kind of feel like a part of summer is gone. I'm going to be really trying.
Wow.
I know it's summer hasn't even actually.
No,
started.
I was going to say it's technically spring still.
Yeah, well, it's summer. It's obviously summer.
Yeah.
It's summer. I mean, I live on a different calendar, like with 2 teenage kids, and I have 4 weeks left. We booked this trip 16 months ago for my daughter's high school graduation, fully knowing at the time that I was going to miss, and my 14-year-old would miss 2 weeks right in the heart of his baseball season, which is my last season to coach him before he goes to high school. And if you know me, like that's pretty much my life from January to July, if not the other months too. So we missed 11 games, 2 tournaments, like a huge period of time for our team and in terms of significance. So I'm itching to get back out on the practice field tonight and playing this weekend. So we have 4 more weeks of baseball. And I got to somehow find my way to be at the College World Series. So I don't really want to admit here, like what's going to take priority for me over the next month. But if I'm missing in the press box at times during the College World Series, there's a pretty good idea. You can have a pretty good idea of where I am.
Mitch, I'm always fascinated about this with various Nebraska media members. When you go on a vacation, are you able to fully unplug? Are you checking in to see what the news of the day is? Do you sort of still kind of have the same gathering routine of information as you would when you're working?
No.
Like what's that process like? Are you completely unplugged?
The first part of your question, it depends where I'm on vacation. And this vacation was international. We were on a Royal Caribbean cruise. So I had no cell service except for a couple of
wonderful feeling.
A couple of short stints in Mexico where I do get cell service, but I never really took my phone off airplane mode. I cheated and bought the one device internet package because I just could not see myself in any way and this is a sad commentary on me, but I just could not see myself in any way on the weekends of the regionals and super regionals. And I mean, you saw what happened. You don't even have to be a Royals fan to see what happened with the Royals over the past 8 days, and Jack Caglione, I needed to check in on my son's team. Like that was the number one reason to get internet. So I had internet on one device, and I made an agreement with my family that it was going to be the iPad, which we kept stowed in the room, and we'd check, I'd let the kids check Instagram or Snapchat for an hour every night or a half hour every night. Well, I kind of broke the rule and put it on my phone. So I didn't completely unplug, but no phone calls. There were no phone calls for 8 days. I was checking in on various social media and like the ESPN app and the Athletic app, of course, for all of my updates. But really, I was relatively unplugged for me. Absolutely no gathering. Like all the stuff on the house settlement and the baseball transfer portal and the Friday night camp in Lincoln. Like I know as much about that. I mean, as somebody who I just got off the boat. I just walked off the boat.
I genuinely love that for you.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you talked about with Happer today, Mitch, that like of all of the weeks for this to happen, of all the weeks to go out of town, like this probably couldn't have gotten any better for you, at least in terms of the job, because the Friday night camp happened, but otherwise, and the settlement stuff. But I mean, we all knew that was going to happen anyway. Otherwise, it was a pretty quiet week, at least around Nebraska.
You can never pick a week where nothing happens. Like this was scheduled because I couldn't miss the College World Series. Like that doesn't mix up with my work. And we needed to have it when we booked it. We needed to have it fit in like after Allie's graduation ceremony. Like we didn't know exactly what date to graduate. There was really 1 week. There was 1 week that this was going to work, and the first week of June was it. So, but even with that, it's like, oh, I'm going to go out of town, and like the house settlement's going to come. But we all knew. We all knew what it meant. Like it would have been a bombshell if the judge had denied the settlement, and then like all chaos had ensued. And as far as the battle in the boneyard, like that's great, and I can learn all about that this week. Like I don't know, Schaefer, maybe you tell me. Like, did I miss anything that was just like so pressing that I'm not going to be able to recover?
No, and here's how I know that. I also missed the battle at the Boneyard on Friday because I had something scheduled before that was announced, and I didn't feel compelled to cancel it. Because it as cool as the event was for Nebraska to have it, it wasn't the sort of thing that was that big of a deal in the grand scheme. Like it's a great event, and I think they will have plenty of success off of it, but there are more important things to make sure that I'm available for, given the circumstances I felt like I was
in. Good. I'm glad that we're able to do that. It's just like, I don't know if this happens in other professions. I'm sure it does, or other countries, but the last 2 to 3 days before I went on vacation, it was like working 3 times as hard to cover for myself. And this week is going to be like that in again to make up for everything that was lost. And then the College World Series is going to punch me in the face. So it's like, sometimes, I mean, you wonder if it's worth the trouble, but yeah, it is. Like when you're laying out, with ocean in every direction, and just like looking up at the sky.
Just remember, you have the weeks like you have the one coming up, or the other busy weeks, to have moments where you get to lay and look at the ocean and up at the sky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Mitch Sherman, The Athletic, joining us right now. So do you feel, Mitch, that this week, or I guess the next 2 weeks, week and a half, whatever, the College World Series is so much faster now than it used to be because they compressed it a little bit. Is this the kind of last hurrah for you before it is football all the time in preparation for that game in August?
Yeah, that's like an evolving conversation. I mean, like if you want to talk about my job, like I'll do a lot. I'll do more than football over the next 12 months, probably, than I have at any point in the growth of The Athletic. Expand baseball coverage, probably expand the way I cover college volleyball, just because of the explosion of interest in that sport and what's going on in Omaha and Kansas City over the next 8 months there. But yeah, I mean, it's still like 90 to 95% football stuff. And that doesn't really stop even during the College World Series. So, but once it's over, for sure, yeah, it'll be almost July, and there'll be a tiny bit of downtime around the 4th, and we'll start making plans for Vegas, I guess.
Wow.
Mitch, which
is very hard work.
Oh yeah, it'll be tough.
I have noticed Nebraska has popped up on some, various like metric sites or ESPN FPI. I want to say, I can't think of the guy's name.
Kelly Ford had hit.
Kelly Ford just had it. They were like 24th, 25th. And they have their formulas and everything that they use. And Nebraska has popped up for people's too early top 25s and things like that. What would be your case for why Nebraska would be a top 25 team in 2025? If you were making the case for, not the case against, but the case for it, why is this year the year where it comes together for Nebraska?
Experienced quarterback, strength on the offensive line, perceived strength. I would perceive it as a strength. I think experience, talent, and continuity is the incorrect word, but confidence, I suppose, that I have in leadership. And this goes like a straight line down from Matt Rule to Dana Holgerson, the defensive brain trust. You can include Pat Stewart in that category if you want, but he's very much an unknown at this point, has the credentials for sure. But I think that, like, if you look at where Nebraska's at, the year 3 factor, I think, is significant. How Nebraska was able to use the portal to its advantage, even after a really rocky beginning to portal season in December, and just a really rocky beginning to the off season with Tony White leaving. Like, it all came out in the wash good for Nebraska. But at the top of the list is trust and experience. And, all signs, I think, from my perspective, you really have to try sometimes not to get stuck inside the bubble. But from my perspective, there's reason to be optimistic about Dylan Raiola, like real reason, not just, he was a 5-star and, look at his arm strength and here's a highlight for you. No, there's like real reason. Like, look at him, look at his physical shape, look at what he's doing, in the entire body of work this off season. That to me is probably the number one reason to be optimistic, but all the other stuff that I said factors too.
What's the biggest reason not to be optimistic?
Questions about the D-line, just like how the pieces are going to fit together on the defense, an inexperienced defensive coordinator, although I think that's somewhat offset by
Phil Snow,
by Rule and Phil Snow. Rule he coaches teams that play good defense.
Yeah.
The unknown factor about the running back spot. Then we just start to get into like plugging in reasons, like what are the questions around this football team, but and then also recent history. Show me evidence that Nebraska knows how to win close games and is going to be like real evidence that Nebraska. I didn't even mention Mike Eckler in the brain trust part, but he's another factor why I think you're optimistic about this team, because it appears to be a massive upgrade in just the special teams infrastructure. But you can also look to that and say, show me the evidence that Nebraska is going to be good on special teams. Okay, you went out and you got a punter from Australia. Like, is he the next Tory Taylor? Like, what are the chances of that? Maybe, but you're kind of banking on that, right? And I don't know if that's like a great place to be. No reason to believe that he isn't, but that's a big piece right there to bring into your mix in June and say you are the guy on August 28th at Arrowhead Stadium.
I want to stick with football here for at least another one. I love asking this of media members as well in the summer. Who's a player, regardless of how the season plays out, who's a player that you have extreme confidence in that will have a good season if healthy in 2025? Like a certified good to great player, regardless of whether Nebraska wins 5 games, 7 games, 9 games.
Okay. First guy that popped into my mind was Deshaun Singleton. And
that's interesting. He's coming off of a not so good season.
I think he can be really good. I think if he's healthy, and I think he's in a good spot I don't know that he had I think Isaac Gifford had struggles last year, be above maybe what we thought he should have been. But for me, and I'm not studying film necessarily of the safety play, I'd put him there. As I digest that question a little bit more, and you say if he stays healthy, feel good about Sear Wright. So I got 2 guys there in the secondary. I feel good about Justin Evans, and that's largely me banking on what I found to be like almost over the top praise from people who don't generally give over the top praise in the spring. I would say I think that Dane Key can be a star. You just start going down the list. Like there's players at a lot of different position groups. McCullough at the linebacker spot, at the jack spot. Willis McGahee at the same position. There's that's the thing about this team. Like there's a sneaky large number of players just at various spots all over the place where I think, I feel good about that guy. Like there's there's probably as many of them as there are, or more of them than there are players who are frontline, like in the projected starting lineup right now, who I say, ooh, yeah, I'm really not sure. I got a big question there. There's more that I'm confident about than there are that I have big questions about, just among like the top 22.
Mitch, you said it earlier. We were all expecting the House settlement to come down. It was just a matter of when, not if. Ultimately, do you think that this is good for Nebraska? And we can split this up. Is this good for Nebraska football? Is this good for Nebraska athletics?
It's good for Nebraska football because Nebraska football is rich, and Nebraska football is like well positioned with resources that it already has. You're going to see programs that have to funnel resources away from the kind of things that Nebraska has spent money on in the last 3 to 5 years to elevate its program. It's going to be more difficult. And I know at places like Texas and LSU, like money is not an object necessarily, although they would probably argue different. But Nebraska has spent money, and I think we saw probably some of the benefit of that with the way that at least the reviews of the recruiting events last week, everybody seemed to love the new building. And, we knew that. You and I, the three of us knew that. But people in California and Georgia and New Jersey didn't necessarily know that. And now more people do. And like word of mouth is a powerful thing. So Nebraska to me is, as a football program, is very well resourced and well positioned with where it's at with its current resources as this new era begins now. I mean, July 1st they get paid, but essentially it begins now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the NIL changes are happening this week. So football positioned well. The other sports, I mean, it's a case by case thing. Like, is Nebraska baseball positioned well? I'm not so sure. Is Nebraska wrestling positioned well? Is Nebraska volleyball positioned well? Yeah, look at the athletes that those two programs have added just on their face. Like, forget about what's going to happen in the next 12 months, but like to add AJ Ferrari, and I'm not an expert on AJ Ferrari, but I know his credentials.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in Nebraska wrestling, to add this Italian budding superstar, Virginia Adriano, if you're the volleyball program, like the programs that Nebraska, that Troy Dannon chooses to support, chooses to say, we are going to set the market, be an athletic department that sets the market nationally. And Nebraska will do that with a few. And those programs are well positioned, but they can't do that with every program. So there are some that I have questions about, and baseball is in that category.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, welcome back to America. And I imagine we'll see you this weekend at the ballpark.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care, Mitch.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. I thought that was a good answer there at the end about the various programs.
Yeah, I think
teams.
that's kind of where I'm fascinated what that's going to look like, and what they choose to highlight and who's going to sort of reap the benefit of it. Because I look at Nebraska baseball and I know what the conversation was after they lost in the regional and the fact that they almost weren't going to make one and everything else. And I just think it's going to be tough for them to be really competitive in that sport. And I do think that's going to be a value judgment that's made by the athletic department.
Yeah.
How much money are we willing to put into this? What level do we want to get out of it? And Nebraska basketball, we'll see what happens with that too.
Speaking of money, lots of programs around the country, Schaefer, hiring general managers.
So you saw the same thing that I saw too, because this feels like maybe not here, even though it is an old friend alert.
Indeed.
This is a big deal in one state.
Vince Morrow, folks will remember his name from the Bo Pelini era.
Bo Pelini staff, yeah, he's a graduate assistant.
Pete Thamel reporting that he, who was the Kentucky associate head coach, is expected to become the general manager of Louisville. Thamel adds he's finalizing a 3-year deal there. He'll oversee roster management, recruiting, and the NCAA transfer portal. So, yeah, as you said, old friend alert. I like that. But from that program to that program inside of that state, yikes. I bet Kentucky ain't going to be too happy about this news.
No, they're not. And
going to be too happy.
That's a interesting position for Vince Marrow, who very active recruiter for Kentucky during that time, was actively recruiting when he was with Nebraska.
Yeah.
was kind of helpful in terms of some of the players that came over, but when he left, some of those same players also left.
Mm-hmm.
So
Indeed.
it's big in the recruiting world.
Yeah, certainly is. So some interesting stuff there. All right, when we return, as always, Schaefer, our shows are flying on by. We're having a great time. We're chatting. We're talking sports.
I just looked at the time.
I have too many topics, and I had like 4 of them that were on the grum down
I
still.
looked at the time, and I cannot believe it's already in the 4 o'clock
so
hour.
what we're going to do when we return.
We just got here.
I
Happer
know.
just left.
I know. We
That was
need
like
to
10 minutes ago.
we need to make fun of the NBA. So we'll do that, but we won't do a whole segment of making fun of the
Okay.
NBA. Just a couple of minutes of making fun of the NBA. We still have Yogurt's comments to get to with Amy Just. We still have to talk about Aaron Rodgers, Mike Schaefer's least favorite player of all time. We still have Michael Severe. We still have so many things, Abed, so many things. Gosh, there's a thing I had for the 5 o'clock. I remember we punt on that.
Was it previewing the Canadian Grand Prix this weekend?
I have no idea what any of those words meant, Nick, except for Canadian. I've heard of Canada.
I'm
before.
glad you've heard of Canada.
Yeah, we'll make fun of the association. That's a topic that people in Omaha love. Making fun of the NBA.
I like it.
Nick, do you know what happened? Do you know what we're going to talk about?
Is this the sponsor thing?
Maybe. We'll find out next.
Okay.
Here on 1620 The Zone. His name's Mike Schaefer. He writes for Husker 24/7 Sports. He does podcasts for Husker 24/7 Sports. Schaefer, we're like 2.5 months away from the Hypecast returning. You know how nice that is?
What were you doing with your hands?
I'm
What is
excited. I
that?
like listening to my friends on the Hypecast.
I want to do something different with the Hypecast this year.
What?
He wants to kick you
It's
off.
an institution.
No. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way.
Double the length?
No.
He's going to try to figure out how to ban you specifically from
No
listening
way.
to it.
He always asks me in the summer, what day do you want? And I tell him.
I think ideally,
Yeah.
I want it to almost sort of fall in the category of the guest picker for game day. Like I
Will
would
they
like
pop
to,
in at the end?
Well, yeah, not
Wow,
necessarily.
you want to
that.
delete? You want to? This is erasure. This is guest erasure. On
No,
the
I want to extend it beyond just like media members. Like I want to find the next category of what we can do. So like
a fan.
I would like to have Fred Hoiberg join us for an episode or something, and like just expand it to where it's different people in the ecosphere of Nebraska, but it's not always just going to be a media member.
That's a great idea.
Not that it won't normally be, but like
let's bring on Taylor Martinez to pick the Cincinnati game.
So I was thinking former players, but I don't have any that have actually
developed
that I've
a
lined it
relationship
up.
with.
So I don't.
Corey McEwen.
Yeah, there's people that I know that I can go to, but I haven't like actually approached or lined any of this up. But that's sort of what I have in my head, is that I want it to be a little different this year. That thing has become amazingly popular.
I love the Hypecast.
Our most listened to anything.
I only have one critique for it. I have just one
It's
critique.
too short.
No. I mean,
Okay.
sure, but
It used to be a 15-20 minute thing.
It's like
It's
a-
now like 35
yeah.
minutes.
No, my one critique of it would be it sometimes drops at different times and days. I would pick a day and always do it at that same time. I would drop it on Fridays.
So the problem,
Not Wednesdays. Drop it Friday mornings at like 4 a.m. And so when everyone wakes up, boom, preview pod.
Ideally it's going to be up at somewhere between 7 and 9 on Thursday morning. So it's basically like the idea is that it runs on Thursday.
Ready for the weekend.
And so our issue is sometimes the guest has a schedule that we have to work around, and we may not be able to get them until Thursday.
That's why
and then it'll go up Thursday afternoon.
See, and then
But we have found through our analytics that if
Thursday's
it goes up
better
on
than Friday.
Friday, we're not going to get the same run on it.
you're not
So
catching as many people.
we need
that
to
makes
have
sense.
it on Thursday.
That makes sense. Well, I look forward to the return of the Hypecast. A comment from YouTube, Schaefer. Sad Husker fan says Joe Gans. What about Joey Gans?
Oh, as a Hypecast?
As a guest picker.
That could be a good one.
That's a fun bit idea. I hope you figure out what you want to do with it.
Yeah.
I love the Hypecast. It's a fun podcast. Plus, I get to hear my friends and media people that I've never met before, which is
We
always
like to
fun.
have a pretty varied rotation of it. Every year
Kevin
I've had
Suits on
someone,
Illinois.
at least 1 or 2 new people, and most years it's like 3 or 4 new people.
Ooh.
And then there's probably been people that have done it every year since we started having.
Done a lot of them.
I mean, you and Happer are people that are generally closer to me, so you're going to get the.
Has
the
McMaster
invitation.
done the Hypecast? I know he's done the Sunday side session.
He has done the Sunday side session. He has reminded me when I introduced him the second time and said that it was his first time. It was actually his second. He took
Nice.
a lot of issue with that.
Understandably so.
And I let him know that his first time was either so forgetful or the game was so heinous that I have it just
Yikes.
erased from my memory.
That's another podcast that I very much adore. Is the Sunday side session.
Thank you.
So,
I
yeah.
appreciate the promotion of our content.
Subscribe. I will.
24/7.
Don't tell Brunts I didn't listen to a single baseball pod. I saw that and I let it download.
Brunts did a very nice job with the
I let it
baseball pod.
download and then I deleted it.
Yeah.
But I let it download.
We have
I'm
found
supporting
that having sports specific podcasts
is important.
has been really good because it frees us up to sort of have better conversations instead of trying to shoehorn a bunch of things in.
Hey, let's talk about
on the
basketball for
primary.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to have a basketball
And there,
pod.
the people who really want basketball would rather have it discussed at a greater length.
Exactly. I understand
then-
it entirely. Yeah. Just no offense. I just deleted them. I
Yeah,
deleted
that's fine.
that basketball ones too. But I love the football stuff.
So have you ever had to guess a random Husker? Have you ever guessed a random Husker?
Is this a bit?
Oh, so you've never listened to a basketball one?
No,
like never one?
I delete all of them.
Not even like when they made the tournament or anything? You're like, oh, I wonder what's going on with basketball.
Okay, maybe I listened to that one. I don't know, but if I'll check out
Or
one
the
next
night
season.
that they beat a number 1 team or anything like that. You were just never like, hey, I wonder what the discourse is around Nebraska
Nah,
basketball.
usually had some NFL pods to get
Because
to.
you actually hate college basketball, even
No.
though you refuse to admit it.
I thought I have admitted it before.
Well, we bullied you into admitting it during a
That's true.
crossover one time.
Hey, look, it's a griddle, Schaefer. We have those too now. Let's talk basketball, Mike.
I see you just diverted my attention to
I
get
know.
out of a
Look at
tough
the
spot
God,
for
the
you.
food on that looks amazing. Let's talk about basketball. I promised that we were going to make fun of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of our audience would say, oh, cool, you're going to talk about how they don't play defense. I would say, first of all, no. Second of all, the Thunder are built on defense, so don't be an idiot. But what we will say instead is this. The NBA has a problem, Nick Grimm. The NBA has a problem because...
It exists?
No, good Lord. Nick, you know who else had problems with things existing? Sheesh.
I have a problem with things like polio existing.
Nice, Nick. Good job. Well, that's probably coming back in spades.
That's fair.
The NBA, though, there's been some critiques and criticism, Shafe. Do you know
Critiques and criticism.
Yes, I guess those
Tips
are probably
and tricks?
Those are probably the same
Are
thing.
these opinions and takes?
That could be a game. Is this an opinion or is this a take? Do you know about any of the stuff that's in the ether right now with the association? Some of the things people are frustrated about?
No, I mean, I have watched a little bit of basketball. I've largely seen Knicks-related contests.
Nice.
I watched him play the Celtics a couple times.
Nice. Did you see it? Did you see the weird game one against the Pacers?
I caught the tail end of it. And,
When it went to overtime?
Yeah.
That was fun.
So I didn't get to see the end of regulation, but yeah. So it largely, if the game is close and late, which a lot of them haven't been,
Correct.
except when the
Game
Pacers,
one was the other night.
except when the Pacers have made their comebacks. Like there's just been a lot of times where you turn it on and it's the fourth quarter, and it's 20-point spread.
It
It's
really
like I don't
is,
need
yeah.
to watch this.
And then suddenly,
I barely want to watch it anyways. I'm
Correct.
definitely not going to watch it when it doesn't look competitive.
yes. So, okay, this is great then. So one of the critiques and or criticisms about the NBA Finals is it does not have a big game feel. ESPN and ABC's presentation of this isn't big. And what do you mean by that, Josh? Starting lineups, for example, aren't being shown before the broadcast, right? And a lot of people have been critical of the courts. Where is the Larry O'Brien trophy? You know how back in the day they'd have the huge Larry O'Brien trophy. Well, there were so many criticisms, and we'll put this up on the video stream right now. So many criticisms about game one and how it didn't look like a big game that they superimposed horrible Larry O'Brien trophy graphics onto the screen. Look at that, Shafe. It looks like garbage. That is what they did. When you watch the
tough
Super
look.
Bowl, you know it's a big game. Beyond the obvious reasons, it looks like something important is happening on the football field. When you watch a national championship, a World Series, there is something about the presentation. This is the best that they could do. This is the best that they could offer. Horrible graphics on the screen. Terrible. This is a tough look for Adam Silver.
Yeah. Why is it being presented in such a sort of ho-hum way?
I don't know. I don't get
Because
it.
you have to imagine that has nothing to do just with the fact that it's Indiana versus Oklahoma City.
Correct. There's planning that goes into these things regardless of who actually makes it. They said that the logos aren't on the court or the Larry O'Brien because it's too slippery is why they said that. But it was Peter Krenzer when I was hanging out with him today at a remote. He pointed out, then how do they have the courts for the in-game or the in-league in-season tournament? You know about that garbage.
Mhm.
It looks like crap. How are they able to do that, but they can't put a trophy on the court? I think they're full of it. This doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, honestly, most of this is in jest, but this looks pretty ridiculous on the floor.
Yeah, I mean,
it's embarrassing.
It talks to the idea that I've long held, which is NBA is less about the actual result of anything and more about the conversation of the sport at large, but not what actually occurs on the court so much as legacy talk and celebrity gossip.
And then fake trades that Bill Simmons presents to Ryan Russillo.
Well, there is an element of that, but that's more of that's a niche thing for you and I to be annoyed by.
Yes, and the Bill Simmons subreddit.
MVP conversations in November.
Oh God.
For basketball,
and sometimes football for some reason.
Well, football in
Remember
September.
the Kyler Murray?
I can better understand an MVP conversation in November for football than I can in September.
Yeah,
it's week 3. Calm down.
Yeah, remember that?
But that's very niche specific to one person that we spend more time complaining about than maybe any other member of society.
I complain about him, yeah,
which is kind of incredible.
Yeah, because they're politicians, and
but we don't know him personally.
No, but I feel like I do. I've been listening to him for almost 20 years.
I've been consuming his content for long enough that version of me could now drink.
Wow,
like 21 years. Yeah.
Wow, I got into him in 2007, so I'm a few years behind.
No, it's even more than that because I was in middle school.
When's the Roger Clemens is the Antichrist? Is that the first column?
Right. original ESPN page 2 is
Yeah,
when I
the
got
yellow
into it. Yeah.
background. Nick,
Oh,
he
I
wrote a
love
column
page
titled
2.
"Why Roger Clemens is the Antichrist."
So I'm now at like
Jeez.
Yeah.
23 years.
Wow, you're about to rent a car.
Pretty soon I'm going to get kicked off the insurance.
I think I got into him in either 07 or early 08 is when I started reading him, and then his podcast, and here I am talking about him on a radio show all these years later. Very normal
For
activity.
all 12 other people who listen that also listen to the radio show.
Well, we appreciate those folks. Maybe Walt is one of them. Walt, what's going on? You're here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. How are you?
Hey, really good, guys. Great show as always. Thanks for getting me on.
Thank you, Walt.
Hey, all I got to say is the NBA is this way. I am an avid NBA fan for 50 years.
Whoa.
It's just it's too long. It is just way too long this season. It's like cut the season down or go back to the old format in the playoffs. The best out of 3, then the best out of 5, then the best out of 7, the best out of 7. This just takes forever. Anymore, I don't even watch the games. I go to YouTube. I watch the last 15-minute highlight.
And you're good to go.
Or 10 minutes. And I'm good to go. I'm sick of just sitting there and watching a game that the season takes too long. And it's just ridiculous. It's not even enjoyable much anymore because people are traveling and that's not being called. But, I just want to know you guys' thoughts about the old format versus the new format. I know the new format brings a lot of money in.
Yep.
Maybe that's why they'll never change it, but you can never go back once you created something. But it's just too doggone long.
Thanks for the call, Walt, at 402-951-1620. I've never been I don't like how long the NBA playoffs are guy, but that's mainly because it's 2 months of entertainment. So, what am I to complain about that? My mindset. My mindset is how do I get from now until September in the most enjoyable way possible? And so if you give me some stuff to watch throughout the time, I'm going to...
Well, there's baseball on every day, except for a few days around the All-Star game.
That's the worst time of year. Those few days suck.
So there's things that you can watch that can entertain you.
Well, I did watch some of the Royals game yesterday. I saw a couple of pitches.
There you go.
Yeah, I was like, hey, they almost...
Royals. Like that.
And they won. They didn't get swept.
That seems like that could help pick up some of the slack.
I've been trying to watch some movies lately. I watched The Brutalist recently, 3.5 hour movie.
Was it a brutal experience?
It was okay. I gave it 3.5 stars on Letterboxd.
Okay.
Yeah. Adrian Brody was pretty good in it. So I enjoyed that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm reading still, I'll do those things. Theo writes, Schaefer knows how to have a good time, plain as day. I don't know what that has to do with the NBA.
I guess.
You do seem like
Theo
a good time
said
kind
something
of guy.
else that you're going to have to fill in the blanks on this. What's Reese versus Clark?
That's the WNBA, Schaefer.
Oh,
Caitlin Clark
okay.
versus Angel Reese.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, he says guarantee Schaefer has takes on Reese versus Clark.
I don't have any takes on Reese versus Clark.
There you go, Theo.
Wow, interesting.
I assumed it was Ryan Clark, and then I was like, Julian Reese?
Talk about something that I have not engaged in. Do you know that there's stuff going on with Ryan Clark and RG3 and white women, I believe? Is
Ryan
happening.
Clark and who?
And RG3, Robert Griffin III.
No, I haven't.
You haven't engaged with that?
I know that something...
Same.
So one of the great things about being unplugged for the most part this weekend is I avoided all the Simone Biles stuff and the vitriol and reaction and all of that. So I was happy to largely be off of it. But then I was hearing last week of some random Ryan Clark stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. This is weeks old now.
I didn't want to look into it because generally if you hear, like, it doesn't always have to be an analyst, but if it's a retired athlete and their name is coming up,
it's usually bad.
It's never good or
Sam Acho said something.
Or they're
past
potentially. So
he's still alive.
So if I'm not getting like the RIP vibe, then it's usually something they said is probably not going to be anything that is going to go well.
Unrelated to any of that, but Max does write, watch the beginning of the 2010 OU Nebraska Big 12 Championship game. Such a cool introduction highlighting the history of that rivalry. I feel like we just don't see that stuff anymore. I heard somebody mention over the weekend the intro that NBC did for one of the last Jordan finals and how it felt like a moment. And part of it was that it was MJ, but they did used to do that type of stuff back in, and we don't do that stuff anymore.
There
used to be a proper society.
We used to build things.
We did. We made opens for big games.
So I've thought about this a lot. Like one of the reasons that I love Sunday Night Football is that its presentation separates itself from every other game that you will watch in that week.
Yep.
the way that they have the players announce themselves, the way that they bring you into the game, the way that they
The music
cut
hits.
to their crowd shot, like it has its own style.
Yep.
And it lives unto itself in terms of sports watching experience. And I have often found that between both liking the time of night of which it's occurring, the fact that it's the only game going on, the fact that it just feels like it means a little bit more. Like if your team is playing in the Sunday night football game, that loss or that win just has that little extra to it that if you're in the Kirk Cousins 12 o'clock window, it's not quite the same way.
Wow.
So it's I totally understand that. Like when you're watching something that doesn't have that presentation feel to it, like if your team is playing in the World Series, you would want Fox to treat it like it's the World Series and not the Saturday afternoon game that they're
100%.
contractually obligated to televise, so then they can have the World Series in the playoffs.
Yeah.
At some
And
point.
so why ESPN isn't doing that, or why the NBA isn't
Yeah.
doing that, is just, it's strange, because you're right. Like the season leads to this moment.
Yeah.
This is your moment. This is when you should put your best foot forward.
Well, and it's also the opportunity to showcase the teams, the city, the sport.
Yep.
In a way in which, in theory, there should be a lot of eyes on it.
Yep.
And again, since they had no idea that these were the two teams that they were going to end up with, it's really weird to me that there's a world where they could have gotten like Golden State and Steph Curry playing the Knicks, who made their first finals, like what that would look like.
Yep.
And
It would look better than this.
you would think you think there'd be more care to it, but if this is what their package was going to be all along,
Yeah.
how is that any different than a random Sunday night game in Denver on a getaway day for whoever the team is?
Yeah.
So just a weird deal to me.
By the way, those words that you had about Sunday Night Football, they
You feel that?
wow.
And so
And then I just was thinking about football again.
God,
Football,
football.
Nick.
Football.
I don't think Monday
football.
Night Football gives that to me. I don't think Thursday Night Football gives that to me. I will say when we
The
have
325 games.
when we have the Saturday afternoon December games, there's a little feel to those that, and it's not in the way that it's like better than anything else, but it just feels
It's
different.
definitely different.
I like
that
that.
Sunday Night Football, when everything hits. It's like,
man,
yeah. And then you
I
and I are
love it.
texting about something.
I love it so
God,
much.
Nick, you know what? When we return, we're going to talk football.
There is a chance that my favorite hours in a given week in the fall
Sunday nights
are the Sunday night, because that
Wow.
is my like sort of downtime, mentally prepare for the week ahead. Like I am watching the game, but I'm also keeping an eye on like what I have going on for the rest. It's
There's
just
child's
it's the
crawling
best.
around.
Well, he's usually asleep.
He's crawling in his dreams.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. He's crawling in his
Waving,
dreams.
giving hand takes.
He might give hand takes.
Max
when he
says, I
sleeps.
feel like the SEC on CBS production held on to that big game feeling for a long time. Great production. They're doing all right with the Big Ten. Yeah, definitely. The big SEC game every week felt like a moment.
I'm in an awkward position where I cross over with that take because I work for CBS.
Yes.
And they wanted it to have
They
wanted
did.
it to have its own feel, but they wanted people to also feel like it mattered in the same way that they created the SEC feel to matter.
Correct.
And so they put a lot of thought into this. There was a lot of emails and a lot of like production and stuff that I'm sure I wasn't even privy to, but
How it looks,
we were
how
getting
it
passed on
sounds.
down to us because they might want, if Nebraska, I think Nebraska, Michigan is going to be.
It is. I was just going to say
on,
that game, Nebraska gets off to a good start. Michigan gets off to a good start. That game could have that.
And CBS and CBS Sports wants to incorporate more of 24/7 sports because it's all part of that. And so they
Mike Schaefer on the eye this summer.
unlikely, maybe Michael Bruntz.
Oh, bummer.
No
offense,
but
Bruntz.
like Josh Pate and more of that involvement.
His
And
tight
so,
shirts.
Yes, more tight white shirts.
People love tight
and,
white
and
shirts.
takes. But it's a very big brand thing.
Mhm.
And so for them to sort of just punt on that is wild.
Yeah. There you go.
In addition to the fact that it doesn't seem like people care about this finals. I know people that are fans of both teams at a really high level, and so I have heard from them in a way that how much they care.
Yeah.
Beyond that, not going to come up in general conversation.
No, it will not. All right. When we return, we have not opined about Aaron Rodgers, even though it's almost 5 o'clock.
I have to.
Well, we can just talk about the NFL then.
I'm always game to talk.
All right, perfect. Speaking of people who are game to talk about the NFL, Michael Severe will join us in a few minutes
Handshake
as well.
meme.
Oh yeah,
It's about to be a football-pilled happy hour.
Thank God, Nick. Thank God. When we roll on 1620 The Zone. Michael Severe is going to join the Grum in just a few minutes. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer with you. John will be out all week as he gets ready for the start of the Men's College World Series on Friday. We'll have Austin Jacobson in the next couple of days. Severe will then be with us on Thursday. So that's what indeed, as we get ready to get hot and sweaty. It's hilarious that it's barely 70 today and it's going to be 95 in 2 days. So get ready for butt sweat because it's coming for your boy.
It'll be fine.
Let's talk a little NFL, Shafe. You say no Aaron Rodgers allowed.
We can talk Aaron Rodgers.
We don't have to.
No, we'll do it. That's what people want me to talk about.
They do want to hear your opinions on this. It's not going to go very well, obviously.
I don't see how this goes any better than the full season with the Jets. I don't know why anyone in Pittsburgh would talk themselves into the idea that this guy has anything to give you. I don't understand how you watched what happened in a more talented roster in New York and think, oh, we're better for having this guy here.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't make sense from a culture standpoint either. So nothing about it, unless you're really excited about a quarterback who can't go downfield, wants to throw 6-yard passes to your best receiver. What are we doing here?
Yeah. I'm going to say 4 words that you're going to shudder at in terms of Aaron Rodgers, but the ringer and advanced stats. I know all of those things are things that you dislike, but I did read an interesting story last week about Rodgers. Advanced metrics paint a much more bleak and realistic picture in terms of his numbers, because broadly his numbers are actually not too bad from last year.
But his back of the football card numbers look fine.
But when you
look at the depth of target, completion percentage over a certain amount of yards,
passing success rate, 25th in passing success rate last year. I know you hate EPA, but he was 26th in EPA. In terms of where he fit, bottom of the league. Only Tennessee's Will Levis, who was ultimately benched for Pittsburgh current backup, Rudolph, had a lower EPA average on unpressured dropbacks last season per True Media. How about this? Last season on throws aimed 10 to 19 yards downfield and made from a clean pocket, his uncatchable throw rate spiked to 39.6%, which was a 14-point jump from 22 and a 17-point jump compared to 21. So, as you said, back of the football card numbers look great, but this clean pocket, uncatchable throws, he's not the player that he used to be. And that's not to mention the skill players that, and just the offensive system that he's going to have around him in Pittsburgh.
Well, and it's just one of those, if you were unfortunate enough to watch the Jets multiple times last year,
yikes,
you would just see Garrett Wilson would have 10 catches for 67 yards.
It was so sad.
And that alone tells you that
something's not working.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not going to go well. They'll probably still be barely above 500 like they always are. But they're one of our listeners, Daniel, he's a huge Steelers fan. And he asked a question of somebody last week who was pushing back against us for this opinion. And it's is he the guy that can be the difference between what they've been and making the Super Bowl? And the answer is obviously no. And so that's the stunner for me with this move is it doesn't do the thing that they are trying to do. They've been barely above 500 or even a little bit higher than that every year, forever. So it's what's the move that they could have made to go a little bit higher? Maybe there is no move, and you just do this to bridge into whatever is next.
Is there any way that this move was made for the sole purpose of helping them tank? In the sense that
fascinating.
Rodgers could be so bad that at least it looks like they gave the appearance of where they were trying, but they actually need a sort of franchise reset. And the Steelers famously never franchise reset.
And Tomlin doesn't franchise reset.
So you bring in someone to sabotage your season without it looking like you're trying to sabotage.
I love that conspiracy theory. That's fun.
I used a similar theory on why the Vikings would just go get Sam Darnold,
and then they were awesome for
they were really
17
good.
weeks.
So obviously
then they played week 18.
I don't think that's going to happen in Pittsburgh, but we never know.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it is either. I don't think there's any other NFL things on my brain though right now. So I'm sorry. Actually, that was the only NFL thing.
Well, I'm glad then we didn't just talk about nothing.
I'm depressed about the Cowboys, even though I'm kind of getting excited about the Cowboys. I'm depressed about how
it's a tough time to be depressed about them though.
What?
Why would the depression be setting in? Just the continuation of the offseason?
Their existence,
Their existence.
Every now and then I think about franchises that try harder and sign players to contracts when you should. And then I'm like, wow, I wonder what it's like to be a fan of one of those teams.
Well, Micah Parsons showed up for stuff.
Yeah, he got a physical. I was thinking about that. Do they do physicals for NFL players like they do for us when we're 14-year-old? Is it the same
Just
stuff?
The awkward coughing?
Yeah. It's like some doctor like Micah turned around and coughed.
I assume their physical is a lot more involved.
Yeah, what do they do?
I also assume it just comes with a lot of scans. They want to know where everything...
A lot of MRI type thing?
That would be my guess.
Oh, that's
because if
interesting.
you're doing a physical, and I know you'll be disappointed. I'm going to bring this back to baseball, but with the trade deadline coming up at the end of July, like if you're
It's
going
still
to
2 months away,
if you're going to acquire a pit less than 2 months,
and that means football's almost here. Keep going. I'm okay.
if you were going to acquire a pitcher, you would want to know like what the
How his
elbow
arm
and
looks,
the arm and all of it
shoulders.
looks like.
Okay.
And so you couldn't just have a doctor like touch the outside of the arm. You're like, that's good.
Yeah, he's coughing good. I guess
So
that's true.
my assumption is like when they're doing the physicals for a professional athlete, they're doing a lot of body imaging and scanning.
That's exciting.
So,
All right.
so there's a bunch of Micah Parsons scans that you can look forward to hearing that they turned out great.
I can't wait. Just sign him, Jerry. Sign him. Or Steven. Whoever I can be mad at, I am mad at you right now.
Sign him, Jones.
You know who I'm not mad at? Michael Severe. And he's in the green room. When we return, we'll chat about whatever. Who knows where this conversation
Yeah,
with Michael
I
will
always
go.
get excited.
Yeah, it's always good to talk to him. Michael Severe joins us for another Michael Severe Monday next here on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Michael Severe Monday happy hours on the air. He joins us each and every Monday at this time. We talk about a variety of things. Sometimes it's the NFL Draft Combine, and other times it's television shows like Severance or maybe something from the 70s. Today, who knows what it'll be because Mike Schaefer is in for John, and that can mean a variety of things come up. Well, he's joining us from his basement with a boxing helmet on, I think. And gloves. Are you coming to fight us?
Well, I need your help.
Okay.
All right. I need your help. Like, first of all, I know Mr. Peterson. He's a fine father, great guy, great pick of a hot woman. So I like him. Everything I've heard about Schaefer's dad, awesome guy, wonderful guy is all. I know we all miss him.
Yeah.
I have a dad question. Now I know you don't have any kids, Josh, but
and never will,
obviously
Michael.
you were raised by a dad, so you have this.
Yes.
So since my son has returned from college, he is down here in the basement, which is cool. We have a bathroom down here. There's a little sign on the bathroom that says, "Shut the door," with a little picture of a cat. My wife's kind of an artist. She drew a little cat on there because the cat will go in there and the cat will pee. So we want the door to be closed.
Yes.
So you have that door closed and then the fan on. That's the way it needs to be. It's been like that. But since he's been back, he cannot close the door. He leaves the door open constantly. Cat peed on one of my favorite rugs. If you know anything about cats, once you pee on the rug is done. So should I punch him in the chest? That's the question. Because how I was raised, when we did something wrong multiple times, like, for example, I dropped a football. I was 10 years old, 11, somewhere in there. Dropped a football, playing street football with my uncle Lawrence, who then walked me over to him like he was going to give me some wide advice, and he punches me in the chest. And literally, I've never dropped anything since then. You could have a plate come at me. It could be whatever. I catch everything because of that. So I learned my lesson.
Yeah,
Should I punch him in the chest?
I don't think you're allowed to punch children in the chest anymore.
He's 19. He's 19 years old.
He's an
a
adult.
grown man. He's a grown man. Yeah.
So
he's
it's
a
just one grown man punching another grown man.
Exactly. And I got some gloves here. We could put gloves on or something. But I think I need to do something different because this is not working. I tell him every day, close the door. Close the door. I remind him we have a picture, a little drawing. Yeah. But still, he won't close the door. So what do you think? Did your dad ever punch you, Schaefer?
I'm going to avoid that one.
No, it's okay. I mean, can't hold it against him. I mean, unless you're going to go up to heaven and have a conversation, you could rat him out. Did he punch you?
Not so much a punch. There was an open hand slap one time when I was younger.
Yes.
Just like the quick pop to the face open hand thing.
Do you remember what you did?
This is going to be, there's so many levels to this that are going to be impossible to explain, but he did not like how I was holding a broom. That is effectively what resulted into this. And I just don't know that there's enough time to explain all of it. So we'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
But that is the only time I can remember being struck. And it was for a similar thing because he
probably told you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though we would later find out some of it had to do with, like, I have left hand tendencies and was taught to do a lot of things right hand, whatever.
Oh, wow.
So there was just like a difference in how it felt comfortable and natural.
Interesting.
He didn't understand that until later, then felt terrible about it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, I got yelled at all the time for stuff like that. Short broom strokes versus long broom strokes. I once got a butt whipping for having short broom strokes instead of long broom strokes, which supposedly sweep better. Oh, no. So, no, they beat us when I was growing
very
up.
strongly.
I didn't know any of this stuff.
About how you hold and how you sweep a broom.
Interesting.
How you empty a dishwasher, how you load a dishwasher.
I have takes on the dishwasher.
Leaving cabinets open.
Put stuff away.
Change on the floor. My mother would lose her
Change?
mind.
Like
there was
money?
change money, like pennies, quarters, nickels, dimes. If that was
in
on the
your
floor
house?
and you didn't pick it up, oh my God. You know how hard I work for this money, for you to leave change on the floor?
My question, Michael, is why was there change on the floor?
Sometimes it falls off of a desk, or you drop it taking something out of your pocket, or I don't know why it's there.
Okay.
You got to pick it up, though. If you don't pick it up,
You
2
do.
seasons before you pick it up, it's on, like Donkey Kong. No, I was just checking to see what you guys thought about, punching Miles.
I have a suggestion that isn't you wouldn't have to strike him here. What if you just took the door off of his bedroom?
That's an interesting.
He's living in your house. He wants to live there.
Although, see, just so you know, I sleep here. This is my spot. I sleep on this. Okay, so I sleep here. It's why the video game is turned off, because I need zero light. I can't deal with light, sound, and if the door is off his room, then all the video games and the cursing and all this that happens, I would be hearing that, and that would not do well for me. But I love that idea. That's a heck of an idea.
If he can't handle doors, then just remove the door.
Remove his door.
Obviously, it doesn't work in the sense of the bathroom because you want that one shut. But the concept and the idea are the same.
I understand. I mean, it's like I should just turn off the internet every time it happens. I can just go on my phone, turn off the internet every time it happens. Now that's going to harm everybody else in the house.
Maybe you give him a flip phone. What about a flip phone? Because then you're still allowed to have the internet, but then he doesn't get a phone that has the internet.
He gets a flip phone. That's awesome. This is a guy who's assistant coach over at Central of Esports and went to Chicago a couple of weeks ago to take part in a video game tournament. That would be funny for him to have a flip phone. I think that'd be hilarious. That would be really funny. That'd be really funny. Yeah.
Michael Spear joining us. Michael, I made reference to you in the crossover today because when a big tennis match happens, because Schaefer said he used to be into tennis, and I was like, wow, I now know 3 people who used to be into tennis. They are Schaefer, you, and Ravi Lula. Did you get into the tennis yesterday? Because everyone was tweeting about this 5.5-hour match.
Did not, man. I told you this before. I used to stay up to 11 o'clock to watch the HBO review of what happened that day in Wimbledon. Obviously you couldn't get his coverage like you get now. No, I loved it. I played almost every day for probably 9-10 years of my life. I mean, a lot. I played so much tennis that I used to play when I couldn't find anybody to play with. I would go next to our apartment and there was a brick wall and I would act like the grass was Wimbledon, right? And so I would go out there and I wore all that grass out and it was just dirt because I wore it out. No, I love tennis. I could have probably named you the top 15, 20 in the men and women. John McEnroe was my favorite player. My sister's favorite player was Yannick Noah because she only cheered for black people. And I loved it. And it's one of those things that's completely left my life. I was happy to see Coco Gauff win. I was happy for her. She looked like she was very happy. I have no feeling towards Alcaraz or whatever you pronounce his name. Don't know the other guy at all. Yeah, it's crazy that you can drop something from your life that was so important to you, that you cared so much about, and just drop it like that. And it didn't go away slowly. It went away suddenly for me.
Is that, everyone, Michael, when they get older, sports are going to fall off, right? The sports that you liked when you were 12, you just don't have the time to get into them all now. Is that the one that you miss the most of all, the level of care that you had for the NBA or NHL or Major League Baseball? Is tennis the one that you're like, man, I really missed that one? Or is it one of the other sports?
Boxing. It's another one that I was, because we had a lot of boxers in my family. This stuff belonged to Henry Armstrong, by the way, which they probably should be taking care of more because the guy was a world champion. But so we loved boxing. And, I lived in Easton, Pennsylvania when I was like 8 or 9 years old. And obviously Larry Holmes beat Ken Norton for the championship, and he was the Easton Assassin. And so I was always a big boxing fan, never missed pay-per-views, loved. I wouldn't say I cried, but there were tears shed when HBO lost boxing. When that last one ran, I go back and I watch that sometimes. It was a great piece they put together, like 7 minutes long. Boxing is probably the one that would surprise people that knew me the most, or the best, because I follow it. I follow Bud Crawford. Obviously, I know who some of the guys are, but I don't watch pay-per-views. I don't have the Zone. I don't have any of that stuff. I mainly follow it on Twitter for the most part.
This is a perfect transition because in the past you have said that you have a lot of words muted on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
What is the most recent word that you have now muted on Twitter?
Man, I wish you would have given me a heads up so I could have gotten to it quicker. There are a lot. I mean, one of the most recent people that I muted, I realized I didn't have Stephen A. Smith. I just had Stephen Smith for some reason, which makes no sense on why I would have that. But
Some
I had
random
that.
guy named Stephen Smith is muted.
Yeah. So I had that. And so that was kept showing up. And I realized, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Why am I seeing this stuff? So mute-wise, muted accounts or muted words. Muted words. Hashtag Trump. Hashtag President Trump. Hashtag Donald Trump. Hashtag swimming. Simone and Biles. Paris 2024. Stuff like that.
Nice.
Yeah. Muted accounts. Let me see. Oh, I got a lot of muted accounts. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. That's the thing now. When I scroll through Twitter and there's an ad that pops up every 3
I
tweets,
mute almost every ad.
every single time.
I mute all the ads. I block a lot of the. Actually, I block a lot of the ads.
That's and I don't block people, but I do block the ads.
Yeah, I block all the ads. Now, the answer to your question, Mike Schaefer, before you answer, because I'm prepared for this. I came prepared. On offense, Heinrich Harburg. It's my lock. Great year. Wonderful.
So I was saving that question for the next one. I really do appreciate you being
the other one on defense, Riley Van Poppel. Huge season. You watch a little bit, you got to see of him. Obviously, they would have played him more last year, besides trying to keep the red shirt or whatever. But I think those two guys, Heinrich Harburg, there's something to be said about being either the best athlete or one of the best athletes on the field, and he's always going to be that. I know they're going to deliberately try to get the ball to him. I know this system, the way they want to run it, they're going to target the middle of the field. So that's Ja'Cory Barney, of course, maybe some of the young guys, and Heinrich Harburg. And I think Van Poppel is going to be a star. That's my two guys, offensive defense.
Hey, speaking of the upcoming season, so yesterday in response to my column, one of the things that you mentioned was that last year you did think that Indiana was going to be a top 25 team, but you did not see Colorado or Illinois coming. Who fits the bill this year that is a surprise team or teams that by the end of the season, all of us are like, wow, we thought that team was going to be worse, and it ended up being a tougher game, not just because Nebraska plays in close games, but because that team actually turns out to be a pretty solid one.
Yeah, I thought Colorado would be like 6-6. I have the receipts of multiple texts that I sent to one certain person who did a thing on his podcast about who the best teams Nebraska's playing, and it had UCLA ahead of Indiana, and I sent him a lot of texts. I'm sure Nick still appreciates that. But I talked about a couple of different ones for you. Matter of fact, I can give you. I just did believe it or not, I just did a series of over and under bets for college football.
Oh, exciting.
I know you guys are shocked by this because why would I be?
Yeah, why would you care about overs and unders in June? Yeah,
makes no sense why I would do that. But yeah, I just did a number of them. So one of the ones that I had prepared was I have Iowa over 7.5. I told you that. I think I texted you that. I told you that. Iowa over 7.5. I like Tulane under 8.5. Washington State, I think, is going to be horrible, under 5.5. Rice over 3.5 because I just looked at their schedule and I think they can fit it. But I think probably, and that's not a surprise, but I told you before, I think Wisconsin gets the 6 wins. And I know a lot of people don't. And I know you look at the schedule. And I told you I took the plus 135. I came back on it again and got the plus 140 after it went up. The number moved again. I think Wisconsin's going to surprise people and get to 6, which is not a great improvement. Out of the Big Ten, I love Jonathan Smith. I think he's one of the best young coaches. I was going to ask
you if Michigan State was the team.
I think he's one of the best young coaches in all of college football. He's going to get them some wins because he's good. I like the quarterback. You go back and watch the Iowa game that he played. And, obviously Iowa had a really good defense. I think they were 13th or something in the country. I was just doing some research on that. He made so many third down conversions as a freshman. And I thought, this kid's going to be good. So if I was going to pick one of the Big Ten, I probably would say I could see Michigan State all of a sudden out of nowhere being 8-4. And people are like, how'd this possibly happen? I wouldn't pick them 8-4, but I'd take them over. I think the numbers, is it 6.5? 6? I think I would take them for that.
I have sort of a odd, almost hypothetical scenario to throw at you.
Nice. Did you know Gary does not like hypotheticals?
Gary Sharp?
Yeah, I heard him say that. He doesn't like hypotheticals.
I don't know that I believe that.
I mean, honestly, sports talk radio is just a series of hypotheticals.
Right, because I feel like he's presented me with thousands
Several,
of high
right?
school
Yeah, he told me. He said
as a guest, as a friend, as a
right.
like, I'll get a text from him, and it's
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that I accept that, but all right. So here's what it is. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how we've talked about Nebraska this offseason, the things that people seem to believe the most in. And one of them is very much that Dana Holgorsen is going to get here. He's had the 4 games, so there's some rust and all of that have been taken off. Hypothetically, what if Nebraska starts slow out of the gates on offense? How much patience is Matt Rule going to have knowing that he's given away this entire section of football on his, like, this is Matt Rule is a hands-on everything he ever does guy. But in this scenario, and he has told us he has hired someone to be the offensive head coach. If they start off slow, do you think that he can completely still remain hands off with whatever Nebraska football is doing on offense?
Let me first say I reject the premise because of the fact that I just look at the schedule. I think they're going to get off to a good start offensively. I would say, how many games did he give Joe Brady? There's your answer. That offense continued to struggle, and eventually he just said, I can't, I'm going to take it over, even though he had given the offense to Joe Brady. I think he gives, the offense is Dana Holgorsen's. I think if they did for some reason early in the season struggle, I mean, you're talking about struggling in 3 games before they get to Michigan, right? So you're saying they're going to struggle against Cincinnati, a defense that's replacing their best pass rusher, their best linebacker. You got 3 new guys in the secondary. Nebraska should move the ball against them. If it's the only reason they wouldn't move the ball is because of rust.
So you have to consider the downside in everything that ever could possibly happen.
I get that. That's why I said I reject your premise. But I understand what you're saying. I do. I think that's the offense. That's who he's got. I don't think he would get involved more than, in practice saying, hey, can we do this? Can we do that?
Right.
I think Dana's calling plays.
Calling.
He's not taking away.
Yeah.
He's not taking away the play calling. That's what he obviously did. He changed the play caller in Carolina when he was frustrated with it. I just can't. I can't see them getting off to a slow start. And even if they do, I don't see him pulling that. So, yeah.
Michael, what led you down the path to looking up Nebraska's win percentage over like every decade in the history of the program this weekend?
One of my favorite message boxes, or whatever you kids call those things, is from NFL Blitz. They always send out
like you talking about an email?
Yeah, what do you call it? An email with like I get one every morning from one of my favorite newsletters is message box is what they call it for a lot of political stuff. And so
I was going to say that sounds like actually a newsletter name. Yeah.
It is. I've been getting message block I think I've been getting it for probably 15 years. But so I was reading NFL Blitz, and they were going through the winning percentages, not just for Nebraska, but one of the most interesting things they had was, teams since 2020 that have 35 or more wins. Which I thought was really interesting. But more interesting than that was they basically went through and they looked at how many teams had 100 wins during a decade.
Mm-hmm.
And only, if I remember correctly, I think it was only 3 teams total that did it twice.
And Nebraska
was one of them, 70s and 80s. Yep. And their winning percentages were as high as anybody's in that group. There might have been a group of maybe 11, if it was that many. But yeah, I thought it was really interesting. And it does give you it makes you ask the question, do they have enough time to turn around the 2020s? From where they're sitting now, do they have enough time to get enough wins to where they can get to 500, which is sad to say, or better yet, they can get over 500. I mean, it's got to go on a 8, 9, 10 game winning streak and they can do it. Because where they sit now is at 22 and
35. They would need a 13 game winning streak to get to 500.
So you'd have to carve off 13
plus wins
over a 6 season span, 25, 26, 27,
28, 29, 5 season span.
So
an average, you'd have to go an average of
9 and 3,
2.5 wins better than losses per year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what you're talking about is 9 and 3.
9 and 3. Yeah. And then you can obviously gain one with a bowl game, or if you got into the playoff or whatever, you can gain some there. Obviously, you're going to have a loss if you don't win a national championship. But yeah, that blew my mind on what they still had to do, and that there was space. There is room. If you want to talk about a goal, John Kennedy, Jack said in 61 or whatever, that we're going to get to the moon and safely return back before the end of the decade. That should be the mantra. We are going to get over 500 for the 2020s before the end of the decade. That's
I mean,
the mantra.
Michael, it is such a great reminder of just the futility that they have had. And this is now the second time on this show in the last couple of weeks that this has come up. But there was some graphic that came out from one of those aggregator accounts like 2 weeks ago. And it was Big Ten team rankings in just terms of wins since 2020. And when I saw it, because Nebraska was at 22, I was like, oh, it's conference wins since 2020. But no, it's overall wins since 2020. Wins. And that is, and the other part about this graphic, Michael, the first thing that stood out to me was that right now this is the second worst decade of all time.
Of all time.
The 40s, which includes the Rose Bowl year, I will remind everybody, is the WOT 374.
In the 40s.
In the 40s.
They had the same guy coaching basketball and football because of the shortage of people being at a war that saved the world. That's what the 40s were. Okay?
Yeah, well, that's not happening right now.
No, you do not have Hoiberg is not coaching both football and basketball like it was, and I believe it was 43. I think it was the year where they had the same guy doing that. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than it was then, but it shows you two things. It shows you the dominance and consistency that Nebraska had. Yeah. And then it shows you just how dramatic the drop-off was. Because in that 2020 going to here, Purdue, I believe, has more wins. I believe Rutgers has more wins.
Everybody, they are last.
They're the last one in terms of wins. Which, if I'd have told you that, and listen, I told Kevin Kugler, I told him when they decided to leave the Big 12, I said it's a mistake football-wise. I don't care about the money. It's a mistake football-wise. You are the team in this conference that says to them, at least in the North, that says we're playing football and we're winning at football. And everybody else can play their basketball or whatever else. And when you left that and you moved to a place that had no fear for you, that spends money on football, you put yourself in this situation. Then you make some coaching mistakes, you have some problems, and here you are. Suffering. Wow.
And by the way, in 1940, they went 8-2.
Yep.
So that means the rest of the 40s, they went 26-55. So it could have been, I mean, it's really worse.
It's like,
but they had the good 1940.
Yeah.
I think the natural question to ask here, based off what Michael said there, is would you rather see Matt Rule coaching basketball or coaching football? If you had to pick one of them to double dip,
who would be the better?
Yeah, let me tell you that Matt Rule reminds me a little bit of a guy I covered in New Mexico and Fran Fraschilla. A little bit. He reminds me a little bit because Fran was great on the mic.
I was going to say,
was really good at talking to the media and telling stories. So, and they're about the same height, I would say, probably. So, I don't know. I probably would rather him play coach football. Mike Schaefer, let's get a history test for you. Saints jersey. Who is this? Whose jersey is this? Two of my favorite players. I have the jerseys of two of my favorite players. They're not hung up anywhere. They're not anything. I actually have a picture of this guy, too, up on the wall as he's jumping over the Superdome. Mike Schaefer, who is number 21. That Michael Severe is one of his favorite Saints players of all time.
You had it on your wall growing up, so you would have been an older player.
No, I didn't have. I have a picture of him on my wall. I'll tell you the year. It's 1990 preseason poster for the New Orleans Saints. He is getting struck by lightning, and he is jumping over the Superdome for some reason.
I do not have the answer.
And I have his jersey. His nephew was a starting running back for the LSU Tigers. And that's random. You probably don't follow LSU like that. But
is it a Falk?
No, it's Dalton Hilliard. Dalton Hilliard. I don't know if you know who Dalton Hilliard is. I also have a Dalton Hilliard figurine. And then this, the greatest player in New Orleans Saints history. Don't give me the Drew Brees bull. This guy right here, the greatest player in New Orleans Saints history. Right here, this guy. You know who this is?
I don't have it. Kyle Turley.
That'd be funny. It's Ricky Jackson. Ricky Jackson, the all-time leader in forced fumbles. Might have changed that in the last year or so, but retired as the all-time leader in forced fumbles, over 100 sacks, Hall of Famer. Ricky with an Rickey, I believe, for Ricky. But those are only two ones I own. I eventually, at some point, will get them framed.
Nice.
I'm never going to put them on.
I was going to say, you never wear jerseys.
I would never wear them, but I'm going to get them framed eventually and find a wall somewhere down here to put it up.
Maybe you just nail it in front of the bathroom so then that door can never get opened again.
That's a great idea. And also, by the way,
Schaefer on the jersey.
That'd be a bummer.
Yeah, it would suck. Schaefer also, RIP, Jim Marshall. One of the true greatest defensive lines ever. Alan Page, who actually is a distant cousin of mine from the Pennsylvania Times. What incredible talent. And Jim Marshall, always remembered for going the wrong way. But at the same time, very rarely has a great player like him been remembered for something as bad. But Jim Marshall, RIP.
I knew of Jim Marshall scoring the wrong way touchdown, having read it in like a book about
safety
sports gaffes as a kid, before I ever really put it together that he would have been playing on those like incredible defensive teams of the 70s. Like I had no idea or didn't put that context together because, as you said, you rarely ever have an athlete that's that good also be known for something that bad.
It's Buckner. It's Buckner in a way. Buckner was a fringe Hall of Famer before what happened in 1986. Thank you, Lord, for that happened in 1986. But up until that point, he was a fringe Hall of Famer. And then after that, he disappeared to North Dakota, I believe. Like literally ran away from the world.
So, Michael. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say before we let you go, you asked about Michigan State. 5.5.
I think over is the way. Is it minus money for over?
Yes.
Do we have any time for a quick question?
Feel free.
All right. I got asked this on Saturday by a group of people that were debating it for quite some time before I walked into the room. And then they asked me, and then I froze, and then I gave a few answers, but I didn't feel any of them were satisfactory. Who is the greatest college football running back of all time?
Wow.
In the Michael Severe's answer,
the greatest
I landed on like the best one that I watched, which I think is Adrian Peterson, but I don't feel very convicted in that answer. I have a tough time saying all of the great running backs that I never got to see.
So I've said this before. I saw Herschel Walker play in person in the Superdome in the Sugar Bowl. Incredible. The size, the speed.
He was
the guy who ran like a 6'1", 160. Yeah. And then, but I would say it's Barry Sanders. I mean, if you it's funny because Ashton Genty spent an entire season playing 4 more games or maybe 5 more games than Barry Sanders played, definitely playing more quarters than Barry Sanders played, and still couldn't get to the records he put up. In a decent Big 12 or Big 8 or whatever it was at the time, Big 8, I guess. It's still incredible. By the way, the one game that Barry Sanders didn't win the rushing battle with the other running back was, I believe, Ken Clark for the Nebraska Cornhuskers outrushed him in that game. But it would probably be, for me, it would go Barry Sanders. I think you have to give a lot of credit for what Ricky Williams did over the course of his career to end up the leading rusher at the time. Certainly Herschel Walker. I mean, Bo Jackson, it was a shorter amount of time. Remember, that was a loaded backfield. But Bo Jackson was just incredibly dynamic, the things he did. That would probably be my top ones. As a kid, Tony Dorsett, 180 pounds of leather. That guy was incredible. I remember I was 7 years old. A lot of my family went to Pitt, and we got to watch him play. And I'm telling you, dude, he was incredible. And he wasn't that big, but he couldn't be tackled. He had great speed, caught the ball on the backfield. There's too many to count, but I would go Barry Sanders as my top answer.
Okay.
Michael Severe joins us each and every Monday at this time. Michael, as always, a pleasure, and I will see you on Thursday.
Yes, sir. See you, Shafe.
Have a great day, Michael.
All right, you too, guys.
All right, that is Michael Severe. We will take a quick break.
Gave my take to Severe there.
There you
or
go.
Was it an opinion? Oh, I see.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we'll come back. We still have some content to get to. We have what's for dinner to get to, and we'll get ready to wrap up a Monday. So many topics that we just every time.
5:20.
I know.
I'm in awe of how this happens.
I know every single time. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct 1620 The Zone. Wow, Nick is punting on content.
Well, you've been saying it all show. We have so many things to get through that we haven't gotten
to get to. We have not gotten to the Amy Just Troy Dannon stuff, so we can do that in a moment. Kyle asks, I'm not going to argue Genty over Barry Sanders, but I get the argument that Genty played more games. Did he have more carries? That's the number that matters more to me. And he did indeed. Ashton Genty last year, Schaefer, 14 games, 374 carries, 2,601 yards, 7 yards per carry, 29 touchdowns. That's 185.8 yards per game. Barry Sanders, and remember, this does not count the bowl game, and I have those stats for you as well in a moment. 11 games. He had 344 carries, which was 30 fewer than Genty. He had 2,628 yards, which was 27 yards more than Genty, 7.6 yards per carry versus 7, and 37 touchdowns rushing. That doesn't include, though, 29 carries, 222 yards, and 5 touchdowns in their bowl game. So his numbers are actually closer to 3,042 rushing touchdowns that season. Why they don't just retroactively add these stats to careers is ridiculous to me. Like, they always say, now we count bowl games. Okay, it's not that hard to go back and just do a little bit of math for every bowl game that was played before they started doing that in the mid-aughts or whatever it was.
It makes me wonder, like, what did Oklahoma State finish record-wise that year?
That was one of the better Oklahoma State teams, if I remember right, that maybe they had 2 losses. For some reason, I think that they were 10-2.
Okay.
They were 10-2. They finished 11th. So they lost to Nebraska.
Which I knew that. That's like one of the famous sort of games that people really like to talk about.
63-42.
And Gundy was on the team.
He was the quarterback at the time. Yeah. And then they lost in Bedlam. They lost 31-28 to Oklahoma. So they ended up actually with no ranked wins in the regular season, but they did beat a ranked Wyoming team in the bowl game 62-14. So yeah, that was.
So they lost to the 2 best teams in the Big Eight.
Yeah. And so Nebraska was undefeated in the Big Eight. Oklahoma had 1 loss. That was to Nebraska. And Oklahoma State had 2 losses, and that was to those 2 teams. So, yeah. What a time. Yeah, you asked that question, and we were talking about it a little bit during the break. Adrian Peterson is, in my opinion, the best that I've seen in college. And then Reggie Bush, which is another name you mentioned off air, was the second player that came to my mind. Honestly, Genty probably belongs. I mean, he might be 3rd in terms of my lifetime. I'm trying to think of, like, who am I forgetting? Is it one of the Wisconsin
you
guys?
Sit around. So then there's like the really big Toby Gerhart season.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not that
one of
there
the
haven't
Alabama
been running
guys.
backs that have had good years, Derrick Henry, Trent Richardson, etc.
Sure.
But they don't stand out in the way that a Bush or a Peterson did, because there has to be, and we were talking about this too off air, like Adrian Peterson was physically imposing.
Yes, as a freshman.
And there are just like highlights in your brain that you can remember just pulling up, and then you're watching it just staring off into space.
Yeah.
Of just plays of that guy running. Or if you're talking Reggie Bush, like the Fresno State run along the sidelines.
And he stops.
Yes.
And he cuts back across the field.
Or if you're a Notre Dame fan, him shoving Matt Leinart into the end zone. You might remember that more. But I just don't know. And some of it maybe is the de-emphasis on running backs or what it is. I don't know if it's because Nebraska hasn't had as many memorable running backs around here. It just doesn't feel like college football has had as many memorable running backs.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, who are we missing on this, like, in this discussion.
Well, we talked about a few of them when I asked you the Wisconsin question. I mean, Melvin Gordon and Jonathan Taylor would be at tail ends of this list. I think Jonathan Taylor higher than Melvin Gordon now that I've talked myself into that.
Yeah.
Specific thing.
What about, okay, so I opened up a list of best running backs of this century. Darren McFadden, very high. Cedric Benson, very high. Darren Sproles was good.
That's all further back.
Yeah.
Like, that's 20 years ago, Darren McFadden.
So here's another guy that I was thinking of. And again, my college football fandom at the time, like, I'm just so young, and I barely remember them because they weren't on TV that much. But LaDainian Tomlinson was, like, ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't remember college LaDainian Tomlinson.
He was, dude.
Like, I remember seeing highlights of him, but not like sitting down and watching TCU playing in anything of consequence.
I think he might be my favorite of my lifetime of running backs that I can really remember their careers, because I don't remember the whole Barry Sanders experience. I think LT might have been my favorite running back. I just loved how he looked. He looked like a running back. Man, he was so badass.
He would be behind several for me. Obviously, AP.
Yeah.
The other ones, there's some guys that had like short shelf lives, like the Priest Holmes experience in Kansas City.
Remember when he jumped over like the Jets guy off his back?
Marshall Faulk
Yeah, Marshall Faulk was awesome.
is one that was always really fun to me, even before it, like when he
The
was
Greatest
Colts
Show.
Marshall
Yeah,
Faulk.
before
he was
the
a lot
Greatest
of
Show on
fun.
Turf, Marshall Faulk.
Yeah, and so he always stands out in that regard. I'm trying to think of other NFL running backs.
I loved rookie Zeke was a good time, but that was also just because the team was winning a lot of games.
Sure.
LT, by the way, my favorite year, and we were talking about Sunday Night Football earlier, 2006. So he would have, I think that was his MVP year. Yeah, 1,800 yards on the ground. Receiving, he had 508 yards. So he had over 2,000 total yards. 31 combined touchdowns. I'm pretty sure he had a Monday night or a Sunday night game against the Broncos that year where he scored like 5 or 6. Where it was, I wasn't a fantasy football guy, but people were like, "Oh my gosh, he just swung, every game that he was involved in." I'm trying to think if there's any other NFL guys that I loved Adrian Peterson. That guy was ridiculous.
I'm just trying to think if there's any other college.
What
people
about Slayton, Steve Slayton?
I thought about him when I was asked about it, but it's like I remember Steve Slayton in West Virginia being really good, and then it's
Pat
like,
White.
was it a product of it was the perfect
system,
Rich Rod offense at that time?
Yeah,
was it really him or was it the offense? And then would I take Steve Slayton over Jonathan Taylor? I don't know that I would.
A couple others, because I'm looking at this list. Willis McGahee showed up, and that reminded me of Clinton Portis.
Yeah,
Clinton Portis was awesome. That guy was so good.
He was great.
I always loved that era of the Broncos because their scheme was so good that they could take me and you and turn us into like 800 yards backs. But then when they had the real great guys, they were like 1,800 yard guys, like obviously Terrell Davis. And I thought Portis was one of those dudes too.
Yeah.
And then they traded him away for Champ Bailey. But man, he was ridiculous in that offense.
Speaking to that point, is like they went from Davis to Orlando Gary or something,
like Quentin Williams,
and then like Mike Anderson.
Yes, and he was a 1,000-yard guy. He was a fullback.
He was really good in that season, but wasn't like.
And then they had Clinton Portis, and it was like, oh, that's right. The zone running scheme is pretty good. Jordan says, what about Todd Gurley as a more recent running back? Before his injuries, man, Gurley was a lot of fun.
Even after there's an incredible stat about where he ranks in terms of active, or where he ranks in terms of running backs production for the decade, even though he hasn't played in so many years. Like he's still his production
is it
in his
yardage or something like that.
Yeah, it's really still good from even early 2020s or late 2010s.
Going back to college, and now it's wild that this is a decade ago. I mean, is Christian McCaffrey on this list?
McCaffrey should be on this list.
Yeah,
because I remember even before he destroyed Iowa, I remember watching Stanford, and he was special. Like you knew that he was special.
Yeah.
So he should definitely be on there. That's a good one.
Remember the meme that came out of that Rose Bowl where the guy was just yelling in the background? Was he just saying Heisman over and over?
I think
he probably was.
Heisman, yeah.
I think that's the list. Like I'm trying to think if there's any other random college guys that we're just completely forgetting right now.
I don't think so, because there just hasn't. There also just hasn't been running backs that have popped up that have made it on the national scene where you really want to talk about them. I mean, that's kind of why Ashton Genty stood out in the first place.
Yeah.
Is that what you had as the Alabama running back du jour?
Yeah.
You had Toby Gerhart. You had Christian McCaffrey. And so those are obviously back to back with kind of that Stanford run that was all of 5 years. Oregon had multiple different running backs, so there's never just like one guy there.
But none of them were like, oh my gosh, look at that guy.
Auburn has had a couple different times where they've had good
Carnell
running backs.
Williams.
That was the Ronnie Brown Cadillac Williams combination was incredible for what that was. Otherwise, it's just not, DeMarco Murray at Oklahoma was really good. I just don't feel like we're forgetting anybody because there just hasn't
because
been.
the positions become the wide receivers.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley was awesome. Yes.
I'm
and
sure
obviously
you forgot about him because you just have him banned from your brain.
Yeah, and you know what sucks is he was like my favorite college player of that era.
Oh, I loved him.
And now I'm like, I don't like you.
We watched him play Nebraska together in 2017.
I've been working on this thing, and I don't remember anything about that game. I remember the experience of being with you and Jack and John. I didn't remember the game. So I pull up the highlights. He scores on like the first play. Do you remember this? It's like an 80-yard touchdown.
As someone who had money on Nebraska is not covering the spread that day.
Oh, but then they did cover.
They did cover. Yeah.
Tough look for you.
But the way that game started, I was like,
you were like feeling good.
Yep.
His quads are. I mean, that guy's a physical freak, and he had no offensive line in college. And I remember, and then he goes to the pros, and poor Saquon has no offensive line. But then they traded him to a team, or they released him rather, and then he went to a team that does have an offensive line.
Yeah.
And he was exactly the guy that we all thought he was. Jordan says, cart driver, Marshawn Lynch.
I don't.
Beast mode, baby.
Yeah, but do you remember like Cal Marshawn Lynch as much as
Barely.
you remember Seahawks?
I
Marshawn
remember
Lynch?
Seahawks one way more than I remember Cal.
And
I remember
he had a
Deshaun
storied Cal
Jackson more
career.
from Cal than I
Yeah,
do
I agree.
Marshawn Lynch. And even Aaron Rodgers.
And I remember him being at Cal. I just don't remember there being a lot attached to that.
Yeah. I feel like his Cal career, it's a bit more retrospective because of what he became in the pros. But
I agree.
And I feel like I watch a lot of college football. I just don't remember him that much from that era for whatever reason. But it could just be it slips through the cracks. Like I said, I remember Deshaun Jackson from that era because, right, they kind of did they overlap at all? Those are some fun Cal teams back in the
I mean, Jeff Tedford put some talent together.
Yeah,
there,
he really
sure.
did. He had a good team. We were gonna. I don't know why I even say this now. I'll just punt this thing till tomorrow. Austin and I can do the.
That's good. I still haven't read it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because we have lots of stuff. But Troy Dannon had some really interesting comments that we can get to tomorrow. So we will do that then. Well, I very much enjoyed just going down memory lane with you about these random running backs over there.
Well, like I said, it got thrown at me and I felt like my brain froze and I couldn't come up with good answers. But then I thought about it more sense. And it's like outside of Adrian Peterson in the last 20 years, I mean, it's Reggie Bush and it's the people we've talked about. So, and I wanted it focused on, I didn't want to say a name of some, like I could have said Herschel Walker, but I never watched him play. So how can I honestly say that I think he's the best running back of that, of college football history?
Correct.
Because
the answer is Barry Sanders, but it's like I just go off of grainy tape and box scores, and he was that guy, but it does show the lack of emphasis, the de-emphasis on the running back position. I mean, we've seen it just in our lifetime, and I know we always talk about it with the NFL, but I definitely think it's trickled down into college football. If I'm a really good player,
it's not a star-making position the way that it was when I was a kid.
If you're a kid, what do you want to be now? Quarterback, obviously. But if you're a super athlete and you can't throw, you want to be a receiver.
You want to be an esports player.
Or an esports player that you leave your bathroom door open all the time. I think that's what you want to be.
No, he's an esports coach.
Oh, okay. I thought he was a player.
Well, I think he was a player, but now he's helping coach.
Jordan says, I remember watching a few of the late night Pac-10 games with Cal. He seemed to always have good games. Going back to Marshawn Lynch. Dwayne says, I remember Javid Best at Cal better than Lynch. Remember Javid Best?
I remember Javid Best.
What a name. Blast from the past. Oh, man.
That's a good one.
Do kids today care about college football like we did back when we were children? Like, are they going to have these?
But now I'm thinking about like Amos Zaraway and Rashad Mendenhall and all these different running backs of like.
Well, what about the guys from Oregon State? Jacquizz Rodgers.
Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson.
That guy was good. He was good in the pros.
Yep.
He was really. I think he was an 18.
Who's the best Oregon running back? Because they've had notable quarterbacks, wide receivers, defensive backs, pass rushers.
Who was the one when Nebraska went out and played them in 2017?
Royce Freeman?
Royce Freeman. Is it? Yeah, that can't be Royce Freeman, right? I mean, they were such a system team.
Yeah.
And I know by that point, it's not even the Chip Kelly, Mark
Sipple
Helfrich
loved him
offense.
some Royce Freeman.
He did.
Find a way to work Royce Freeman into a question tomorrow.
I'm going to do my
See if
best.
he'll make his big horse noises.
I think every now and then he still will mention him in a column.
Oh, he loved
Royce Freeman. Yeah, he really was.
He's written several types of the same column of Nebraska needs to find its Royce Freeman.
He really has.
And so
Dwayne says Dat, but D'Anthony Thomas was more of a I thought he was like a Swiss knife wide receiver type guy. I never thought of him
there's
as a running
Kenyon
back.
There's There's all these different.
D'Lo says
people,
Michael James. Michael James.
Michael James would be a good one.
Yeah. Jordan says LeGarrette Blount. It's so nuts.
LeGarrette Blount's the answer.
If you would have told me that night when they were in Boise and Scott Frost was holding on for dear life after LeGarrette Blount had punched a player that he was going to turn into what he would, I would have been. My mind would have been blown. I wouldn't have believed you.
Frost or Blount?
Good question. I was talking more about Blount, but yeah. You would have told me that night.
LeGarrette Blount's the best running back.
He was awesome because that guy was a physical freak.
Yeah,
he's so tall, so tall and so big. It's so funny. And Jordan says it. Just guys naming dudes. Yeah, we're having a good time here. I mean,
this is so my crossover idea that I wanted to do with you guys today that I didn't have a chance to put together is it was going to be the deck of cards, but each suit was going to be a different sport. Each card would be a different would be a different college program, and you would have to name the first player that you thought of in that sport. For it'd be like USC football, and then you would
Reggie
go,
Bush.
Yeah.
So
it'd basically be that.
Awesome.
And then we would sit around and talk about what we remember of that person.
That could just be a podcast. Maybe that's what we do sometime. Oh God, I was going to go somewhere and now I can't remember where it was. Maybe it was LeGarrette Blount. All right. Well, I totally lost it. So
I can throw another school at you if
Yeah,
we
give
want
me
to keep
another-
talking.
give me another school.
Notre Dame.
Brady Quinn.
No. Running back.
Oh,
Specific position specific.
I can't even remember his name right now. The guy who played in the playoff last year and he was hurt. Oh my! See, I can talk about the 2000s, but
Love?
I can't talk. Yes. Jeremiah.
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love. Yeah.
I mean, you could even say Kyron Williams if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's
'cause he
true.
was very good.
I was thinking of Love.
I feel like they had another running back that was good during the Manti Te'o era, but I can't think of who that was exactly.
Severe just texted me, by the way. I'm sad I didn't mention Marcus Allen.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of the best running backs ever.
You know, part of the OJ thing to me is I didn't realize that Marcus Allen went to USC as well. I had no idea.
Oh, really? Until the doc?
No idea until the
Interesting.
documentary that's where he had went. I like if you say Marcus Allen, I'm either thinking Chiefs because he's one of those first football players I really remember.
Same.
And Chiefs version of him over Raiders.
Yeah.
But I've read enough about
You
or
see the
had
Super
heard
Bowl
enough about
highlights.
Marcus. Yeah. That, then it'd be Chiefs Raiders.
Because he has that
Those
play
are
where he
the-
like runs around and then he just goes straight forward and
Right.
scores a touchdown against Washington. Yeah. But I'm with you. For me, Marcus Allen is old guy,
Right.
It's like I barely got good Emmitt Smith, like I remember Emmitt Smith is just like the old running back who was holding on for dear
I
life.
remember Super Bowl Emmitt Smith just racing through the Bills.
I don't remember
And me
anything
being
good.
sad because I wanted the Bills to win and they didn't win either time.
I'd be so annoying. People would hate me. Which would be a new development.
I
for
feel
me.
like the only Super Bowl I have absolutely no memory of, like could not describe a play to you, going back to like 93, would be the 95 Chargers 49ers. Like, I don't think I can tell you a single play that happened in that game. But I know I probably had it on our TV at that time.
Yeah. The one that I remember the least about of all the Super Bowls is when the Ravens beat the Giants. But I still remember that they had a kickoff return for a touchdown, and I got into an argument with a woman from our church because she was like, that's the first kickoff return for a touchdown ever in a Super Bowl. And I said, no, it's not.
Desmond Howard.
Desmond Howard
Yeah.
just did it a few years ago.
I'm trying to think of who the Ravens receiver was that ran that back. He was a special teams ace for him.
Yeah, he
and
was
I'm
really
blanking
small.
on the name. Yeah, he's like a slot receiver kind of guy.
They killed the Giants in that game. Oh my gosh. I've always held that Ravens team in higher regard than most. I know that their offense was putrid, but their defense was, it's the best that I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, there's a part of me that wanted to see a Vikings-Ravens Super Bowl that year, but I think it would have been as bad as what happened to the Giants.
Yeah, that Giants team was underwhelming, to say the least. No offense.
Well, if they hadn't stolen the radio communication.
I love that theory. That's such a fun theory. Is it
I don't know
true?
if it's
I
true or
forget if
not,
it's
but-
true. You should do an investigative podcast. You could be our Pablo Torre.
Well,
about
why
this
hasn't
shit.
he done that one?
That's actually a good call. We should email him. Hey, Pablo.
Yeah.
I'd listen to that podcast. All right. When we return, it's time for What's for Dinner. Sorry, Nick, that you didn't get to talk very much today.
It's okay.
You were the one who played the bump. I was getting ready for content.
Oh, you had more stuff that you wanted to get to that we didn't get to.
Yes, like just naming football players for 15 minutes.
Guys naming dudes.
People love it, Nick. It could be a podcast.
We can make a version of this for college baseball in like 10 years, but it's probably just going to be
What's that guy you like, Nick?
You're going to have to be more specific.
The guy you like from Stanford.
Oh, Rintaro Sasaki.
Rintaro Sasaki. He loves that guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have any frame of reference for that player.
He
Japanese player.
Could have gone very high in the pros in NPB, and instead he elected to come to college in the U.S. so he could have a more direct route to MLB.
Gotcha.
Jacoby Jones. That was the Ravens guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Not who I would have remembered.
Yeah. That's not who I was thinking of in my head. So now I'm trying to think of who I was thinking of.
Interesting. All right. Well, maybe you'll figure it out during the break. And when we return, it is time for What's for Dinner, and we will send you on into a Tuesday where I'll probably just be copying and pasting a lot of my prep to my sheet for tomorrow because Schaefer and I got to like half of the things we had written down.
Nice.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Nick, when I give you my answer, you're definitely not going to say, oh, you're cooking for yourself tonight, because we're having gyoza dumplings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yum.
I don't know what that is, but...
It's a dumpling.
Well, yeah. Damn,
Gyoza.
Yeah, all right. Gyoza?
Gyoza? I don't know how it's pronounced.
So I'm having a gyoza dumpling tonight. Shay, what's for dinner?
I'm looking up gyoza dumpling, which it didn't spell it.
Yeah, that's
correctly.
how she spelled it, but I searched gyoza, and it's spelled Jiaozi. It's a type of Chinese dumpling.
I'm seeing Japanese dumpling.
Oh, okay. Well, this says it's a Chinese dumpling.
It's similar to a Chinese pot sticker.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what Severe says. It's just pot stickers.
Yeah.
Yum.
Okay.
No, I mean I'm all in on dumplings, pot stickers. Discovered
She
that
loves pot
way
stickers.
too late in life.
Well, we'll see how I feel about it
Terrific.
tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and walk banks and then eat.
I believe we are going to have nachos tonight. I think this has happened one other time.
You
that I've been on
always
here.
have nachos when you're on with us.
We did the quarter of a
nachos.
cow a couple years in a row, and so we just have a lot of ground beef.
Oh, nice.
And so usually if we do tacos, then the next night we'll do nachos, or the first night we do nachos, and tomorrow will be tacos. So
nice.
You just have the ground beef, and we always have tortilla chips, and it's have the stuff. I mean, so much of having a kid now is just having something on hand to feed yourself, because you don't have the brain energy to design all of this out and get to the store and do everything.
It's like how Jim Harbaugh always wore khaki pants. He didn't want to have to think about what he was wearing. Nick, what's for dinner?
Don't know.
Okay.
Maybe something with pork or chicken or beef. We took advantage of the Hy-Vee meat sale.
Oh, that's exciting.
So we stocked up on some meat.
Did you get a cooler? Did you do you buy a cooler and you get so much meat that goes with it?
No.
Is it that kind of sale?
No, it was just they had a lot of decent deals on a lot of stuff.
El Scorcho says gyoza dumplings are amazing. So there you go. That's what I'm having. A couple guys being dudes that we forgot to name. Jordan says, did anyone mention Leonard Fournette or Dalvin Cook? No, neither of those names came up. Brett said Ricky Williams. We mentioned him off air, but we never did talk about Ricky Williams on air. And that's the show.
I think Severe said it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, back when we were talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, we have Austin filling in. We have Brunts. We have Sipple. No Farron. Where's Farron's name? Is Farron's name a race name?
I don't think Farron's name has been up there.
Oh, okay. Well, and Farron will join us. Shape, thank you.
Why isn't Farron's name up there if he's a weekly guest?
Great question. Great question.
Slacking.
For Shape, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great night. We will talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.